Ulysses by James Joyce, Section 9.
B.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Hugh McGuire,
Michael Hind,
Amanda Blythe,
Colin Robertson,
Wilson Layton,
Christine Myers,
Andrew Skinner,
Mike Trevino,
Jean-François Rondeau.
Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply.
Whom do you suspect? He challenged.
Say that he is spurned lover in the sonnets, once spurned, twice spurned, but the Count Wanton spurned him for a lord, his drear me love.
Love that dare not speak its name.
As an Englishman, you mean, John, sturdy Eglinton put in. He loved a lord.
Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton, I watched them.
It seems so, Stephen said, when he wants to do for him and for all other and singular unheard wombs, the Holy Office and ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglot wanton, did break a bed vow. Two deeds are rank in a ghost mind, a broken vow, and the dull-brained yokel on whom her favour has declined. Deceased husband's brother, sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood, once a wooer, twice a wooer.
Stephen turned boldly in his chair.
The burden of proof is with you, not with me, he said, frowning.
If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet, he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 34 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under. Mary, her good man John, Anne, her poor dear Willem, when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go. Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter Elizabeth, to use granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first.
Oh, yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London to pay a debt she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd, explain you then. Explain the swan song too, wherein he has commended her to posterity.
He faced their silence.
To whom thus, Eglinton, you mean the will that has been explained, I believe, by jurists, she was entitled to her widow's dower. A common law, his legal knowledge was great, our judges tell us.
Him Satan fleers, mocker.
And therefore he left out her name from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presence of his granddaughter for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford and in London, and therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he has left her his second-best bed.
Left there is second best stabbed, second best left.
Whoa!
Pretty country folk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still, if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and a landed estate in Stratford and a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there are 2 beds, a best and a second best. Mr. Second Best said finally. Sopratio amensa et thalamo, bettered Buck Mulligan, and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds. Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think.
Antiquity mentions that stagger-eyed school urchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who was dying, in exile frees and endows slaves, pays tribute to his elders, wills to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife, and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress. Don't forget Nell Gwyn Herpilis, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean...
He died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish of a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said.
What? Asked Best Glinton.
Williams Shakespeare and Company Limited, the People's William, for terms apply, E. Dowden, Highfield House.
Lovely, Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pedestry brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, all we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely.
Catamite.
The sense of beauty leads us astray, says beautiful sadness best to ugling Eglinton.
Steadfast John replied severe, the doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it.
Sayest thou so? Will thy rest from us? From me, the palm of beauty?
And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket, the son of a malt jobber and moneylender. He was himself a corn jobber and moneylender, with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers had no doubt those divers of warships mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt, and extracted his pound of flesh in interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey's ostler and callboy get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with Jew-baiting that followed the hanging and quartering of Queen's leech Lopez, his Jew's heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive. Hamlet and Macbeth, the coming to the throne of the Scotch philosopher, with a turn for witch coasting, the lost Amada is his jeer in Love's Labour Lost. His pageants, the histories sail full-bellied on a tide of Mafficking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tied, and we have a Porter's theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture come home from Bermudas, and play Renan admired is written with pasty Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney's. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Carriety Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some merry hare from Almany grope his life long for deep-hid meanings in the depth of the bucket basket.
I think you're getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theological, philological, Mingo, Minxie, Mictum, Minger.
Prove that he was a Jew, John Anglican dared, expectantly. Your Dean of Studies holds he was a Holy Roman.
Sufflaminus sum.
He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion French polisher of Italian scandals.
A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius in societe humana hoc est maximum necessarium ut sit amiticum inter multos.
St. Thomas, Stephen began.
Ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair.
There he keened a wailing rune.
Pogmahon! Actula Macri! It's destroyed. We are from this day. It's destroyed. We are for this. All smiled. Their smiles.
St. Thomas, Stephen, smiling, said, whose gore-bellied works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. McGee spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions. He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, from Christians taxed with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which built up the hordes of the Jews, for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections to with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues, old Nobadaddy will tell us at doomsday leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her whom he calls his wife. No, sir, smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife or his manservant or his maidservant or his jackass.
Or his Jenny ass, Buck Mulligan antiphoned.
Gentle Will is being roughly handled. Gentle Mr. Best said gently.
Which will? Gag sweetly, Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed.
The will to live, John Eglinton philosophized. For poor Anne, Will's widow, is the will to die. Requiescat, Stephen prayed. What of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago. She lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second-best bed, the mobbled queen, even though you prove that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now, and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed at New Place and drank a quart of sack the town paid for, but in which bed he slept it skills not to be asked. And heard she had a soul. She read or had read to her chapbooks, preferring them to merry wives, and losing her nightly waters on the Jordan. She thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus had twisted her lips in prayer. Agenbite of inwit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom, groping for its god.
History shows that to be true. Inquit. Eglintomnus chronologus. The ages succeed one another. But we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife and father? I would say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff is not a family man. I feel that the fat king is a supreme creation.
Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred, the uncle Gid. Shy, supping with the goddess, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim bade it him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. McGee, sir, there's a gentleman here to see you. Me? Says he's your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter McGee, more Matthew, a rugged, rough, rug-headed kern in Strossers with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stalks bemired with a clobber of 10 forests, a wand of wilding in his hand.
Your own. He knows your old fellow, the widower.
Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on a quayside, I touched his hand. The voice, new warmth, speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her. The eyes that wish me well, but do not know me.
A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del camin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that a 7-year-old mother is a lustful queen. No. The corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour, it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised a mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery, and not on the Madonna, which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably, because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood, amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son, that any son should love him, or he any son?
What the hell are you driving at? I know, shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Amplius adduc aeternum postea. Are you condemned to this? There are saddened by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incest and bestialities, hardly record this breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that
dare not speak their name. Nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty, born he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friends his father's enemy.
En rue, Monsieur le Prince, I thought it.
What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut?
Am I father? If I were?
Shrunken, uncertain hand?
Sibelius, the African, subtlest hierarchy of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Equin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who is not a son be not a father, can the son who is not a father be a son? When Rutland Bacon, Southam Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson, who by the same token never was born for nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection.
Eglinton eyes, quick with pleasure, looked up shy brightly, gladly glancing a merry Puritan through the twisted eglantine.
Flatter. Rarely, but flatter.
Himself his own father, son Mulligan told himself. Wait, I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate.
He clasped at his paunch brow with both birth-aiding hands.
As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boy son's death is the death theme of young Arthur in King John.
Hamlet the Black Prince.
Is Hamlet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in The Pericles, in Winter's Tale are, we know. Who Cleopatra, fleshpot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are, we may guess. But there is another member of his family who is recorded.
The plot thickens, John Eglinton said.
The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake, his mask, quake, with haste, quake, quack.
Door closed. Cell. Day.
They list 3 they.
I, you, he, they.
Come.
Mess.
He had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert in his old age told some cavaliers he got a pass for nowt, for Maister Gatherer. One time mass he did, and he seen his bird, Maister Wool the playwriter, up in London in a wrestling play with a man on's back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William.
Names. What's in a name?
Best.
That is my name, Richard, don't you know? I hope you're going to say a good word for Richard. Don't you know? For my sake.
Buck Mulligan. Piano.
Diminuendo.
Then outspoke Medical Dick to his comrade Medical Davy.
Stephen. In his trinity of black wills, the villain Shakebags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund King Lear, two bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark.
Best.
I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard. My name.
Quaker Leister.
A tempo.
But he that filches from me my good name.
Stephen.
Stringendo. He has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays. A super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will in overplus. Like John O'Gaunt, his name's dear to him, as dear as the coat of arms he toadied for. On a ben sable a spear or steeled argent, honorifica billeted in habitus, dearer than his glory of greatest shake scene in the country. What's in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood, when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a fire drake rose at its birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta and Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, low-lying on the horizon, eastward of the bear, as he walked by the slumberous fields at midnight, returning from Chauderie and from her arms.
Both satisfied. I, too.
Don't tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched.
And from her arms?
Wait to be wooed and won. I, Meacock, who will woo you?
Read the skies. Otto Mitteremunos, Bos Stephanimos. Where's your configuration, Stephen? Cut the bread even. SD sua donna gia di lui gelindo risolve di non amare sti.
What is that, Mr. Daedalus?
The Quaker librarian asked.
Was it a celestial phenomenon?
A star by night.
Stephen said.
A pillar of the cloud by day.
What's more to speak?
Stephen looked at his hat, his stick, his boots.
Stephanos, my crown, my sword. His boots are sporting the shape of my feet. Buy a pair. Holes in my socks. Handkerchief, too.
You make good use of the name, John Eglinton allowed. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor.
Me, McGee, and Mulligan.
Fabulous artificer, the hawk-like man you flew. Where to? New Haven, Dieppe, steerage, passenger, Paris and back, Lauping, Icarus, Pater, Ait, sea bedabbled, fallen, weltering, lapwing you are, lapwing be.
Mr. Best, eager quietly, lifted his book to say,
That's very interesting, because that brother motive, don't you know, we find also in the old Irish myths. Just what you say, the three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm, too, don't you know, the fairy tales. The third brother that marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize.
Best of best brothers, good, better, best.
The Quaker librarian spring-halted near.
I should like to know, he said, which bother you. I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers, but perhaps I am anticipating?
He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained.
An attendant from the doorway called, Mr. Leister, Father Deneen wants...
Oh, Father Deneen, directly.
Swiftly, rectly, creaking rectly, he was rectly gone.
John Eglinton touched the foil.
Come, he said, let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't you?
In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen, Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much, perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella.
Lapwing.
Where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall, my whetstone. Him, then Cranley, Mulligan, now these. Speech, speech, but act. Act speech. They mock to try you. Act, be acted on.
Lapwing.
I'm tired of my voice. The voice of Esau. My kingdom for a drink.
On.
You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whore's son, crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne. What's in a name? Woos and wins her. A whore's son, merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came from William the Conquered. The other 4 acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings, Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto the Celtic legend other than history, older than history?
That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous? Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on a seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle.
Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false, or the usurping, or the adulterous brother of, or all 3 in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor is not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from the home, sounds uninterruptedly from the 2 gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth Anne, original sin and, like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is an infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read.
He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage.
Judge Eglinton summed up.
The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all.
He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5, all in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion, like José, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the Moor in him shall suffer.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. A word of fear.
Dark dome received, reverbed.
And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Ingleton exclaimed. When all is said, Dumas fils, or is it Dumas père, is right, after God Shakespeare's created most.
Man delights him not, nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended. He plants his mulberry tree in the earth, then dies. The motion is ended. Gravediggers bury Hamlet père and Hamlet fille. A king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music. And what, though murdered and betrayed, be wept by all frail tender hearts for, Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband for whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, The bad man taken off by poetic justice to a place where the bad niggers go. Strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today, he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight, it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love. But always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world, and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and then the sun 2 days later. The Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dio Boea, hangman God, is doubtless all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bawd and cuckold too. But that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel, being a wife unto himself.
Eureka! Buck Mulligan cried. Eureka! Suddenly happy, he jumped up and reached in a stride John Engleton's desk.
May I, he said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi.
He began to scribble on a slip of paper.
Take some slips from the counter going out.
Those who are married, Mr. Best. Thus Harold said, all save one shall live. The rest shall keep as they are.
He laughed. Unmarried, at Eglinton Johannes, of arts a bachelor.
Unwed, unfancied, ware of wiles, they finger ponder nightly each his variorum edition of The Taming of the Shrew.
You are a delusion, said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory?
No, Stephen said promptly.
Are you going to write it? Mr. Best asked. You ought to make it a dialogue, don't you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilde wrote.
John Eglinton doubly smiled.
Well, in that case, he said, I don't see why you should expect payment for it since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet, but we'll say no more. Herr Bleibtreu, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford Monument. He's going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace, but he believes his theory.
I believe, O Lord. Help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe, or help me to unbelieve. Who helps to believe? Hugomen. Who to unbelieve? Other chap?
You are the only contributor to Dana who asked for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics.
Fredrine, 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tied you over. Economics.
For a guinea, Stephen said. You can publish this interview.
Buck Mulligan stood up from his scribbling, laughing, and then gravely said, honeying malice.
I called upon the bard Kinch at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street and found him deep in the study of the Summa Contra Gentiles, in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, French Nellie and Rosalie, the Culquay whore.
He broke away.
Come, Kinch, come, wandering Angus of the birds.
Come, Kinch, you've eaten all we left. I will serve you your orts and offals.
Stephen rose.
Life is many days. This will end.
We shall see you tonight, John Anglican said. Notre ami Moule says Malachi Mulligan must be there.
Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip in Panama.
Monsieur Moore, he said, lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come, Kinch, the bards must drink. Can you walk straight?
Laughing he.
Swill till 11. Irish Night's Entertainment.
Lubber.
Stephen followed a lubber.
One day in the National Library, we had a discussion. Shakes. After his lub back, I followed. I got his cab.
Stephen, greeting. Then all amort followed a lubber jester, a well-kempt head, new barbered, out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thoughts.
What have I learned? Of them? Of me?
Walk like Haynes now.
The constant reader's room, in the reader's book. Casha, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdale, Farrow, paraphs his polysyllables. Item, Was Hamlet mad? The Quakers paid God Lily with a pristine in-book talk.
Oh, please do, sir. I shall be most pleased.
Amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding.
A pleased bottom.
The turnstile.
Is that blue-ribboned hat idly writing? What? Looked?
The curving balustrade, smooth sliding Mincius.
Puck Mulligan, Panamalahameted, went step by step, iambing, trolling.
John Engleton, my Joe John, why won't you wed a wife?
He sputtered to the air.
Oh, the chinless Chinaman, Chin Chong Eglin Tun. He went over to their playbox, Sains and I. The Plumber's Hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe, like the Greeks, or M. Maeterlinck. Abbey Theatre. I smell the public sweat of monks.
He spat blank.
Forgot. Any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him, and left the femme de 30 ans. And why no other children born, and his first child a girl?
After wit, go back.
The dour recluse, still there, he has his cake. And the douse, a youngling, minion of pleasure, Phaedo's toilable fair hair.
Hey, I forgot.
Longworthy and McCurdy Atkinson was there. Puck Mulligan, footed, feetling, trilling. I
hardly hear the purely cry. Or Tommy talk as I pass one by, before my thoughts begin to run on F. McCurdy Atkinson, the same that had the wooden leg, and that filibustering filibeg, that never dared to sack his druth, McGee that had the chinless mouth, being afraid to marry on earth, they masturbated for all they were worth.
Just on, know thyself.
Halted below me, a quizzer looks at me, I halt.
Mournful murmur, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singe is left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests, and English coal are black.
A laugh tripped over his lips.
Longworth is awfully sick, he said. After what you wrote about the old Hake Gregory. Oh, you inquisitionish or you inquisitional drunken Jew Jesuit. She gets you a job on the paper and then you go and slate her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, moping, chanting, with waving graceful arms.
The most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time, one thinks Homer.
He stopped at the stairfoot.
I have conceived a play for the murmurs, he said solemnly.
The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwine. Gone the 9 men's Morse with caps of indices.
In sweetly varying voices, Buck Mulligan read his tablet.
Every man his own wife, or a honeymoon in the hand.
He turned a happy patch
smirk to Stephen, saying,
the disguise.
I fear
is dim. But listen. He read
Marcato. Characters. Toby Tostoff. Maroon Pole. Crab, a bushranger. Medical Dick. And Medical Davy. 2 birds with one stone.
Medical Dick and Medical Davy.
Mother Grogan.
2 birds with one stone.
A water carrier. Fresh Nellie and Rosalie.
Water carrier.
The Cloquet Horror.
Fresh Nellie and Rosalie.
He laughed.
The Cloquet Horror.
Lolling a to and fro head. Walking on, followed by Stephen, and mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men.
Oh, the night in the Camden Hall when the daughters of Erin had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit.
The most innocent son of Erin, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them.
About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside.
Part. The moment is now. Where then? If Socrates leave his home today, if Judas go forth tonight, why?
Why?
That lies in space, which I in time must come to, inequitably. My will, his will that fronts me, sees between.
A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting.
Good day again,
Good day.
Buck Mulligan said.
The portico.
Here I watch the birds for angry. Angus of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew, easily flew. Men wandered, street of harlots after. A cream fruit melon he held to me. In, you will see. The wandering Jew.
The wandering Jew.
Buck Mulligan whispered,
Buck Mulligan whispered,
with clown's awe.
with
Did
clown's
you see his
eye.
eye?
Did you see his
He
eye?
looked upon to lust
He looked upon to lust
after you.
after you.
I fear the ancient mariner.
After you.
I
O
fear the
Kinch,
ancient
thou
mariner.
art in peril.
O Kinch, thou art in peril.
Get
Get thee a breech pad. Manor of Oxenford.
Manor of Oxenford.
Day wheelbarrow, sun over arch of bridge.
Sun over arch of ridge.
A dark
back
back went before them.
Step of apart, down.
Step of hard down, out by the
Step of
gateway.
apart, down,
Under the
out
portcullis
by the
bar.
gateway.
They follow.
Under
They follow.
portcullis
Offend me
bars.
still.
Offend me still,
They
speak
follow.
on.
Speak on.
Kind
Offend me
air.
still, speak on.
Define the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds.
No birds.
Frail from the housetops, 2 plumes of smoke ascended,
Pluming.
and in a flaw of softness softly were blown.
They followed.
Cease to strive.
Cease to strive.
Peace of the Druid priests
Feast of the Druid priests.
of Cymbeline.
Of Cymbeline.
From wide earth and altar. Land,
Loud,
loud,
we
gods,
gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars. End of section 9 of Ulysses by James Joyce. Yay!
Jeez.
That was pretty to forging.
Ulysses by James Joyce, Section 10A.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hugh McGuire,
Kara Schallenberg.
And Mike Sherino.
Chapter 10. The superior, very reverend John Conmee, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3. Just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignam, yes. Vere dignam et justum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter. Yes, oblige him if possible, good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mountjoy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I had served my king, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree-shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him come the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. "Very well indeed, father. And you, father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself, still in London? The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh, yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P., looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. Yes, he would certainly call. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy. Father Conmee doffed his silk hat as he took leave, at the jet beads of her mantilla ink-shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arkanut paste. Father Conmee walked, and walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll and cockney voice. "Pilot, why don't you hold back that howling mob?" A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did good in his way, beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family, too, would one think it? Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget. The letter to the Father Provincial. Father Conmee stropped 3 little schoolboys on the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house. Aha! And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sohan. And his name? Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Bruni Lynam. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Bruni Lynam, and pointed to the red pillar box on the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. "But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man," he said. The boy six-eyed Father Conmee and laughed. "Oh, sir." "Well, let me see if you can post a letter," Father Conmee said. Master Bruni Lynam ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letter-box. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing and company, in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Dignam's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed, and Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary, Queen of the Scots, something. And to think she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say, such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A., Will, D.V., speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance, they acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the north circular road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be. A band of satcheled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street, all raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once, benignly. Christian brother boys. Father Conmee smelled incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row, for aged and virtuous females. Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament, virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House, Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman, and now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began walking along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher, who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher, and perceived the odours that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan's, the tobacconist, against which newsboards leaned, and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared, still an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Bergen's public house, against the window of which two unlabouring men lounged. They saluted him and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H. J. O'Neill's funeral establishment, where Corny Kelleher totted figures in the day-book, while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee, and Father Conmee saluted the constable. In Euxeter's, the pork butcher's, Father Conmee observed pig's pudding, white, black, and red, lying neatly cubed in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall, Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw, seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator who made turf to be in bogs where men might dig it out and bring it to town and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge, the very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., of St. Francis Xavier Church, Upper Gardiner Street, stepped on to an outward-bound tram. Of an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley, C.C., of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, on to Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge, Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram, for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tram-car, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence, and 5 pennies shooted from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the ivory church, he reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Conmee excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Conmee liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with glasses opposite Father Conmee had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Conmee supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth, and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Conmee perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Conmee, at the altar rails, placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Annesley Bridge the tram halted, and, when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell-straps to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and market-net, and Father Conmee saw the conductor help her and net the basket down. And Father Conmee thought that, as she was nearly past the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who would always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child," and they have been absolved, "Pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings, Mr. Eugene Stratton grinned with thick nigger lips at Father Conmee. Father Conmee thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men, and of his sermon of St. Peter Calver, S.J., and the African mission, and of the propagation of the faith, and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nom des Élus, seemed to Father Conmee a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in his own likeness, to whom the faith had not, D.V., been brought. But they were God's soul created by God. It seemed to Father Conmee a pity that they should be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road, Father Conmee alighted, was saluted by the conductor, and saluted his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Conmee, road and name. The joy bells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, intermediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms, and she was made wife and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous townlands, old times in the barony. Father Conmee, walking, thought of his little book, Old Times in the Barony, of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses, and of Mary Rochford, daughter of Lord Molesworth, first Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked along the shore of Loch Annel. Mary, first Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere, not her confessor, if she had not committed adultery fully. Ejaculatio seminis inter vas naturale mulieris. With her husband's brother. She would half confess if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew. And she and he, her husband's brother. Father Conmee thought of the tyrannous incontinence needed, however, for men's race on earth, and of the ways of God which were not our own ways. Don John Conmee walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honoured there. He bore in mind secrets confessed, and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswax drawing-room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were empalmed by Don John Conmee. It was a charming day. The lich gate of a field showed Father Conmee breadths of cabbages curtsying to him with ample underleaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Moutonner, the French said. A homely and just word. Father Conmee, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Rathcoffey. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Conglow's field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector. His reign was mild. Father Conmee drew off his gloves and took his redredged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page, Nones. He should have read that before lunch, but Lady Maxwell had come. Father Conmee read in secret Pater and Ave, and crossed his breast, Deus in adiutorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the Nones, walking and reading till he came to res in Beati Immaculati, Principium Verborum Tuorum Veritas, in aeternum omnia iuitia institutiae tuae. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge, and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his hat abruptly. The young woman abruptly bent, and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Conmee blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin. Principes persecutes sunt me gratis, et a verbis tuis formidavit cor meum.
Corny Kelleher closed his long day-book and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin-lid sentried in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it, and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay, he laid the coffin-lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat-brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the doorcase, looking idly out. Father John Conmee stepped into Dollymount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his large-footed boots and gazed, his hat down-tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C, on his beat, stood to pass the time of day. "That's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher." "Aye," Corny Kelleher said. "It's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped, a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth, while a generous white arm from a window in Eccles Street flung forth a coin. "What's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said, with bated breath. A one-legged sailor crutched himself round McConnell's corner, skirting Rabiotti's ice cream cart, and jerked himself up Eccles Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke, in shirt-sleeves in his doorway, he growled unamiably, "For England!" He swung himself violently forward past Katy and Boody Dedalus, halted and growled, "Home and beauty." J. O'Malley's white careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse, and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, and glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head, and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily, "For England!" 2 barefoot urchins, sucking long licorice laces, halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window, and bayed deeply, "Home and beauty!" The gay, sweet chirping, whistling within went on a bar or two, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card, "Unfurnished apartments," slipped from the sash and fell. A plump, bare, generous arm was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up, and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katy and Boody Dedalus shoved in the door of the close, steaming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Boody asked. Maggie at the range rammed down a greyish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her potstick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Comey walked through Clongowes fields, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Boody asked. "McGinnis's." Boody stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katy went to the rang and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Boody cried angrily, "Crikey, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katy, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked, "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katy asked. "Sister Mary Patrick," Maggie said. The lacquey rang his bell. "Barang!" Boody sat down at the table and said hungrily, Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katy, sitting opposite Boody, said quietly, as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much. Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Boody, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katy's bowl, exclaimed, "Boody, for shame." A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, "Elijah is coming," rode lightly down the Liffey, under Loop-Line Bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge piers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the Custom House Old Dock and George's Quay.
The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fibre. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said, "and the fruit is on top." "That'll do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe, shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young, juicy, crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. H.E.L.Ys filed before him, tall white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding toward their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob, and held it at its chain's length. "Can you send them by tram, now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's car. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. "It's for an invalid." "Yes, sir. I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem-glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favour, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he asked roguishly. "Ma!" Almidano Artifoni said. He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's knobby Paul. Two carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting fore, gripping frankly the handrests. Pale faces. Men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind-columned porch of the Bank of Ireland, where pigeons rococooed. "Anch'io ho avuti di queste idee," Almidano Artifoni said, "quando ero giovine come lei. E poi mi sono convinti che il mondo è una bestia, e peccato, perché la sua voce sarebbe un cespite di rendita, via. Invece lei si sacrifica." "Sacrificio incruento," Stephen said, smiling, swaying his ash-plant in slow swing-swong from its midpoint lightly. That would be Stephen, wouldn't it? "Speriamo," the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. "Ma diretta a me. Si rifletta." By the stern stone hand of Grattan, bidding halt, an Inchicore tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. "Si riflettero," Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. "Ma sul serio, eh?" Almidano Artifoni said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant, and turned quickly towards a Dalkey tram. "Eccolo," Almidano Artifoni said in friendly haste. "Venga a trovarmi e ci pensi. Addio, caro." "Arrivederla, maestro," Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. "E grazie." "Dice?" Almidano Artifoni said. Artifano said. "Scusi, tante belle cose." Almidano Artifoni, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the Dalkey tram. In vain he trotted, signalling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street Library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer, and rolled a sheet of gaudy notepaper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard. 16 June, 1904. 5 tall white-hatted sandwich men between Moneypenny's corner and the slab where Wolfe Tone's statue was not, eeled themselves, turning Helys, and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette and listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotter 16s and capital S's. Mustard hair and dauby cheeks. She's not nice-looking, is she? The way she's holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder will that fellow be at the band tonight? If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Susie Nagel's, they kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he won't keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those 2, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes. 1, 7, 6. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan, hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? Ned Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ringabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? Ned Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come on, mind your steps there. The vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long soft flame and was let fall. At their feet its red speck died, and mouldy air closed round them. How interesting, a refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, Ned Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey, where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O'Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, Ned. He rode down through Dame Walk. The refined accent said, if my memory serves me. The mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas Court. That's right, Ned Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind, then, the clergyman said, the next time to allow me, perhaps. Certainly, Ned Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed-bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face a beard and gaze hung on a chessboard. I'm deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I won't trespass on your valuable time. You're welcome, sir, Ned Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say? Can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure's mine, sir, Ned Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet, and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J. O'Malloy he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey, where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm-nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love, Rathcoffey, present address, St. Michael's, Sallins. Nice young chap he is. He's writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He's well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J. O'Malloy said. Ned Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God, he cried, I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one? I'm bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't like it, though. What? God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Moore. Hot members they were, all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, "Whoa, sonny!" He turned to J. O'Molloy and asked, "Well, Jack, what is it? What's the trouble? Wait a while. Hold hard." With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still and, after an instant, sneezed loudly. "Chow!" he said. "Blast you!" "The dust from those sacks," J. O'Molloy said politely. "No," Ned Lambert gasped. "I caught a cold night before. Blast your soul, night before last, and there was a hell of a lot of draught." He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. "I was, this morning, poor little, what do you call him? Chow! Mother of Moses!" Tom Rochford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. "See," he said. "Say it's turn 6. In here, see? Turn now on." He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the consolidated taxing office to Nisi Prius Court Richie Goulding carrying the cost-bag of Goulding, Collis and Ward, and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench to the Court of Appeal an elderly female with false teeth, smiling incredulously, and a black silk skirt of great amplitude. "See," he said. "See now, the last one I put in is over here, turns over, the impact, leverage, see?" He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. "Smart idea," Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. "So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over." "See?" Tom Rochford said. He slid in a disc for himself and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop. 4. Turn now on. "I'll see him now in the Ormond," Lenehan said, "and sound him. One good turn deserves another." "Do," Tom Rochford said. "Tell him I'm boiling with impatience." "Good night," McCoy said abruptly. "When you two begin." Nosey Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffling at it. "But how does it work here, Tommy?" he asked. "Tooraloo," Lenehan said. "See you later." He followed McCoy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. "He's a hero," he said simply. "I know," McCoy said. "The drain, you mean." "Drain?" Lenehan said. It was down a manhole. They passed Dan Lowry's music hall where Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster, a dauby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Music Hall, Lenehan showed McCoy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas-pipe, and there was the poor devil stuck down in it half-choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rochford anyhow, bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned but he got the rope round the poor devil and the two were hauled up. "The act of a hero," he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. "This way," he said, walking to the right. "I want to pop into Linham's to see Scepter's starting price. What's the time by your gold watch and chain?" McCoy peered into Marcus Tertius Moses's sombre office, then at O'Neill's clock. "After 3, he said. "Who's riding her?" "O'Madden," Lenehan said. "And a game filly she is." While he waited in Temple Bar, McCoy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall there, coming along tight in the dark. The gates of the drive opened wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. "Even money," Lenehan said, returning. "I knocked against Bantam Lyons in there, going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't an earthly. Through here." They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the hawker's cart. "There he is," Lenehan said. "Wonder what he is buying," McCoy said, glancing behind. "Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the Rye," Lenehan said. He's dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day, and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for 2 bob. There were fine plates in it, worth double the money. The stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenehan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan's, late Fehrenbach's, carrying 1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a big spread out at Glencree Reformatory, Lenehan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know, boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there, Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke, and there was music. Bartell D'Arcy sang, and Benjamin Dollard. I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenehan said. A card, Unfurnished Apartments, reappeared on the window sash of No. 7 Eccles Street. He checked his tail a moment, but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering, and yours truly was chief bottle-washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curacoa, to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids, cold joints galore and mince pies. I know, McCoy said, the year the missus was there. Lenehan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch, too, after all the jollification, and when we sallied forth it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home it was a gorgeous winter's night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Callanan were on one side of the car, and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets. Lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunt's port under her belly-band. Every jolt the bloody car gave I had her bumping up against me. Hell's delights! She has a fine pair, God bless her, like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her boa all the time, know what I mean? His hands moulded ample curves of air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She's a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Callanan and the Jarvey, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon and the whole jing-bang lot. But by God I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, faith. At last she spotted a weeny-weeshy one miles away. And what star is that, Poldy? Says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. That one, is it? Says Chris Callanan. Sure, that's only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't far wide of the mark. Lenehan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. I'm weak, he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenehan walked on again. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. He's a cultured all-round man, Bloom is, he said seriously. He's not one of your common or garden, you know. There's a touch of the artist about old Bloom.
Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, and then of Aristotle's masterpiece, crooked botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball, in blood-red wombs like livers of slaughtered cows, lots of them like that. At this moment, all over the world, all budding with their skulls to get out of it, child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. Them are 2 good ones, he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing and company. Mr. Bloom alone looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Lovebirch. Know the kind, that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen. The man. No. She wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other titles. Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul. Yes, this. Here. Try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her déshabillé. Yes, take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her stable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again. The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amid rumpled clothes. Whites of eyes swooning up, his nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments for him, for Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat. Fish-gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel, press, crished sulphur dung of lions. Young, young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and common pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty divisions of the summons, ex parte motion of the owners of Lady Cairns versus the owners of Barque Mona, in the Court of Appeal, reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed grey head came out, and his unshaven, reddened-faced, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, spat phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping the sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, "I'll take this one." The shopman lifted eyes, bleared with old rheum. "Sweets of Sin," he said, tapping on it. "That's a good one."
End of Ulysses, section 10A. Ulysses by James Joyce, section 10B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org.
The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction rooms shook his handbell twice and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly Dedalus, listening in the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell and the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9. Those lovely curtains. 5 shillings, cosy curtains. Selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings, going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it. Barang! Bang of the last lap bell spurred the half-time wheelmen to their spirit. J. A. Jackson, W. E. Wiley, A. Monroe, H. T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Dedalus, trudging a long moustache, came round from William's Row. He halted near his daughter. "It's time for you," she said. "Stand up straight, for the love of Lord Jesus," Mr. Dedalus said. "Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulders? Melancholy God!" Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Dedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. "Stand up straight, girl," he said. "You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like?" He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and drooping his underjaw. "Give it up, father," Dilly said. "All the people are looking at you." Mr. Dedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his moustache. Did you get any money? Dilly asked. Where would I get money? Mr. Dedalus said. There is no one in Dublin would lend me 4p. You got some, Dilly said, looking in his eyes. How do you know that? Mr. Dedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James Street. I know you did, Dilly answered. Were you in the Scotch house now? I was not then, Mr. Dedalus said, smiling. Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here. He handed her a shilling. See if you can do anything with that, he said. I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. Give me more of that. Wait a while, Mr. Dedalus said threateningly. You're like the rest of them, aren't you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll get a short shrift and a long day for me, low blackguardism. I'm going to get rid of you. Wouldn't care if I was stretched out stiff. He's dead. The man upstairs is dead. He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. Well, what is it? He said, stopping. The lackey rang his bell behind their backs. Barang. Curse your bloody blatant soul, Mr. Dedalus cried, turning on him. The lackey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell, but feebly. Bang. Mr. Dedalus stared at him. Watch him, he said. It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk. You got more than that, Father, Dilly said. I'm going to show you a little trick, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, that's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power and I spent 2p for a shave for the funeral. He drew forth a handful of copper coins nervously. Can't you look for some money somewhere? Dilly said. Mr. Dedalus thought and nodded. I will, he said gravely. I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now. You're very funny, Dilly said, grinning. Here, Mr. Dedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or something. I'll be home shortly. He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The vice-regal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen out of Parkgate. I'm sure you have another shilling, Dilly said. The lackey banged loudly. Mr. Dedalus, amid the din, walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing, mincing mouth. The little nuns, nice little things. Oh, sure, they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure, they wouldn't really. Is it little Sister Monica? From the sundial towards James's gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James's street past Shackleton's offices. Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going? Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we are having. Yes, indeed. Good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. Small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair, that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 1,000 casualties. And heart-rending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float, and the fire hose all burst. What I can't understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now you are talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well, now, look at that. And America, they say, is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here. I smiled at him. America, I said quietly, just like that. What is it? The sweepings of every country, including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, there's plenty of money going. There's always someone to pick it up. Saw him looking at my frock-coat dress, does it? Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. Hello, Simon, Father Crawley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat, beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street Club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of Hibernian Bank, gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge, as if he remembered me. Ahem, must dress the character of those fellows, knight of the road, gentlemen. And now, Mr. Crimmins. May we have the honour of your custom again, sir? The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson's quay, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image, high colour, of course, grizzled moustache. Returned Indian officer, bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that Lambert's brother over the way, Sam? What? Yes. He's like it as damn it. No, the windscreen of the motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that. Damn like him. Ahem. Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin that was. His frock tails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmett was hanged, drawn and quartered, greasy black rope. Dogs licked the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her noddy. Let me see, is he buried in St. Mickens? Oh no, there was a midnight burial in Glasnevin. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now. Went out in a puff. Well, well, better turn down here, make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Watling Street, by the corner of Guinness's visitors' waiting-room. Outside the Dublin Distilleries Company stores, an outside ear without fare or Jarvey stood. The reins knotted to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some Tipperary bosthoon endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Dennis Breen, with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Menton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collis and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Island Street. Times of the troubles. Must ask Ned Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now, a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Daly's, no card-sharping then. One of these fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Sir. Stables behind Moira House. Damn good gin that was. Fine dashing young nobleman, good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire with his violet gloves gave him away. Of course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly, masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade, an easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles, frock coats, cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily, his excellently too bad. Just missed that by a hair. Damn it, what a pity. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils, bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in dark, wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows. Muddy swine-snouts' hands root and root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum burns with garlic. A sailor-man, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her. A long, sea-fed, silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag, burnished his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses' beard. Grandfather ape gloating on a stolen hoard. And you who wrest old images from the burial earth, the brain-sick words of sophist, Thessines. A lore of drugs, orient and immortal wheat, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women, fresh from their whiff of the briny trudge through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with sanded umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled, the whir of flapping leather bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings, stop. Throb always without you, and throb always within. Your heart you sing of, I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl, I shatter them, one and both. But stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words I say. Not yet a while, look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful, and keeps famous time, you say, right, sir? A Monday morning 'twas so indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohissey's window a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the rope prize ring. The heavyweights in light loincloths proposed gently to each other, his bulbous fist. And they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. 2 pence each, the huckster said. 4 for 6 pence. Tattered pages of the Irish beekeeper. Life and miracles of the cure of arts. Pocket guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my Pond School prizes. Stefano Didello, alumno optimo, palman ferenti. Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Duncarney, murmuring vespers. Binding too good, probably. What is this? 8th and 9th book of Moses, secret of all secrets, seal of King David, thumbled pages, rid and red. Who has passed before me? How to soften chapped hands, recipe for white wine vinegar, how to win a woman's love. For me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hand folded. Se el hilo nebracar feminum amor me solo sanctus amen. Who wrote this? Charms and invocations of the most blessed abbot Peter Salanka. To all true believers divulge, as good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachims, down Ballynoddle, or we'll wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book, quick. Don't let see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A Stuart face of none such Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched, feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris, late lie abed under a quilt of overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's token. Nebracadabra feminum. What have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes say she has. Do others see me so? Quick, far, and daring. Shadow of my mind. He took the coverless book from her hand. Chardinal's French primer. What did you buy that for? He said. To learn French. She nodded, reddening, and closed tight her lips. Show no surprise. Quite natural. Here, Stephen said. It's all right. Mind Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some, Dilly said. We had to. She is drowning. Agenbite, save her. Agenbite, all against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair, lank coils of seaweed hair round me, my heart, my soul. Salt, green, death, we. Agenbite of Inuit. Inuit's Agenbite, misery. Misery. Hello, Simon, Father Crowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr Dedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside Reddy and daughters. Father Cowley brushed his moustache off and downward with a scooping hand. What's the best news? Mr Dedalus said. Why, not much, Father Cowley said. I'm barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance. Jolly, Mr. Dedalus said. Who is it? Oh, Father Cowley said, a certain gombeen man of our acquaintance. With a broken back, is it? Mr. Dedalus asked. The same, Simon, Father Crowley answered. Reuben of that ilk. I'm just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those two men off. All I want is a little time. He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. I know, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. Poor old Bodocky Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard. He put on his glasses and gazed towards the metal bridge an instant. There he is, by God, he said, arse in pockets. Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coat-tails. As he came near, Mr. Dedalus greeted. Hold that fellow with the bad trousers. Hold him now, Ben Dollard said. Mr. Dedalus eyed with cold, wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly, That's a petty garment, isn't it, for a summer's day? Why, God eternally curse your soul, Ben Dollard growled furiously. I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw. He stood beside them, beaming on them, first on his roomy clothes, from points of which Mr. Dedalus flicked fluff, saying, They were made for a man of his health, Ben, anyhow. Bad luck to the Jew-man that made them, Ben Dollard said. Thanks be to God he's not paid yet. And how is that basso profundo, Benjamin? Father Cowley asked. Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, murmuring, glassy-eyed, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned, and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep, deep note. Ah, he said. That's the style, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding to its drone. What about that? Ben Dollard said. Not too dusty, what? He turned to both. That'll do, Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from old Chapter House of St. Mary's, Abbey past Jane and Charles Kennedy's rectifiers, attended by Geraldines, tall and personable, towards Tholsel beyond the ford of Hurdles. Ben Dollard, with a heavy list towards the shop fronts, led him forward, his joyful fingers in the air. Come along with me to sub-sheriff's office, he said. I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for bailiff. He's a cross between Lobengula and Lynchehaun. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Menton casually in the bodega just now, and it will cost me a fall if I don't. Wait a while. We're on the right lay, Bob, believe you me. For a few days, tell him, Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button off his coat wagging bright back from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shrawms that clogged his eyes to hear aright. What few days? He boomed. Hasn't your landlord distrained for rent? He has, Father Cowley said. Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on, Ben Dollard said. The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29 Windsor Avenue. Love is the name? That's right, Father Cowley said. The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere. But are you sure of that? You can tell Barbarus from me, Ben Dollard said, that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts. He let Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. Filberts, I believe they were, Mr. Dedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them.
The youngster will be all right, Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the castle yard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. God bless you, Martin Cunningham said cheerfully. He signed to the waiting Jarvey, who chucked at the reins and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head, appeared above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel. Yes, Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him. You could try our friend, Mr. Power suggested backward. Boyd? Martin Cunningham said shortly. Touch me not. John Wyse Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nannetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon, ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. Look here, Martin, John Wyse Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. Quite right, Martin Cunningham said, taking the list, and put down the 5 shillings too. Without a second word either, Mr. Power said. Strange but true, Martin Cunningham added. John Wyse Nolan opened wide eyes. I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew, he quoted elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. There's Jimmy Henry, Mr. Power said, just heading for Kavanagh's. Right-o, Martin Cunningham said. Here goes. Outside La Maison Claire, Blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wyse Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of the dapper little man in a shower of hail suit who walked uncertainly with hasty steps past Mickey Anderson's watches. The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble, John Wyse Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner towards James Kavanagh's wine-rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed often the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. And Long John Fanning is here too, John Wyse Nolan said, as large as life. The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. Good day, Mr. Sub-Sheriff, Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations? He said, with rich, acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. Hell open to Christians they were having, Jimmy Henry said pettishly, about their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber? And old Barlow, the mace-bearer, laid up with asthma, no mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, in Llandudno, and little Lorcan Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers. Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wyse Nolan held his peace. What dignum was that? Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. Oh, my corns, he said plaintively. Come upstairs for goodness' sake till I sit down somewhere. Oof, ooh, mind. Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank, and passed in and up the stairs. Come on up, Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though. With John Wyse Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. Decent little soul he was, Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning, ascending towards Long John Fanning in the mirror. Rather low-sized, dignum of Menton's office that was, Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. What's that? Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wyse Nolan came down again. From the cool shadows of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool, unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. What was it? Martin Cunningham asked, as they went on up the staircase. The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland, John Wyse Nolan answered from the stair-foot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haines. "Parnell's brother. There in the corner." They chose a small table near the window opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. "Is that he?" Haines asked, twisting round in his seat. "Yes," Mulligan said. "That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal." John Howard Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his grey claw went up again to his forehead, whereat it rested. An instant after, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost-bright, at his foe, and fell once more upon a working corner. "I'll take a mélange," Haines said to the waitress. "2 mélanges," Buck Mulligan said, "and bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well." When she had gone, he said, laughing, "We call it DBC, because they have damn bad cakes. Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet." Haines opened his new-bought book. "I'm sorry," he said. "Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance." The one-legged sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. "England expects." Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. "You should see him," he said, "when his body loses its balance. Wandering Angus, I call him." "I am sure he has an idée fixe," Haines said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. "How I am speculating what it would be likely to be. Such persons always have." Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. "They drove his wits astray," he said, "by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note, the note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation—" "Eternal punishment," Haines said, nodding curtly. "I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting, because Professor Pokorny of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that." Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. "He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth," Haines said, amid the cheerful cups. "The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement?" He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longwise through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. He is going to write something in 10 years. "Seems a long way off," Haines said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. "Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all." He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. "This is real Irish cream, I take it," he said with forbearance. "I don't want to be imposed on." Elijah, skiff, light crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street, past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rosevian from Bridgewater with bricks. Almidano Artifoni walked past Holles Street, past Sewell's Yard. Behind him Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, with stick-umbrella adjust-coat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Law Smith's house and, crossing, walked along Merrion Square. Distantly behind him a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Werner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Merrion Square, his stick-umbrella adjust-coat dangling. At the corner of Wilde's he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's Lawn. His eyeglasses flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared, he muttered, "Coactus volui." He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows, the sway of his dust-coat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane, and swept onwards, having buffeted a thewless body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. "God's curse on you," he said sourly, "whoever you are. You're blinder nor I am, you bitch's bastard." Opposite Ruggy O'Donoghue's Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the pound and a half of Mangan's, late Fehrenbach's, pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street, dawdling. It was too blooming dull sitting in the parlour with Mrs. Stower and Mrs. Quigley and Mrs. MacDowell and the blind down, and they all at their sniffles and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunney's, and they eating crumbs of the cottage fruit-cake, jawing the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane, the window of Madame Doyle, court-dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the two puckers, stripped to their pelts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors, two mourning masters, Dignam gaped silently. Myler Keogh, Dublin's pet lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennet, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that'd be a good pucking match to see. Myler Keogh, that's the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2-bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on Ma. Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. That's me in mourning. When is it? May the 22nd. Sure, the blooming thing is all over. He turned to the right, and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, beside the two puckers. One of them mots that do be in the packets of fag Stower's smokes that his old fellow welted hell out of him for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimmons. One puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett before Fitzsimmons knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street, Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth, and a swell pair of kicks on him, and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandymount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifted the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again, and he tugged it down. The blooming stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming end to it. He met schoolboys with satchels. I'm not going tomorrow either. Stay away till Monday. He met other schoolboys. Do they notice I'm in mourning? Uncle Barney said he'd get it into the paper tonight. Then they'll all see it in the paper and read my name printed, and Pa's name. His face got all grey instead of being red like it was, and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it, and Ma crying in the parlour, and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy-looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boozed he was standing on the landing there, bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunney's for to booze more, and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is. Pa is dead. My father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said, but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he is in purgatory now, because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night. William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honourable Mrs. Paget, Miss de Courcy, and the Honourable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park, saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queen's and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed, and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L., M.A., who stood on Arran Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Arran Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram, or by hailing a car, or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Goulding, with the coat's bag of Goulding, Collis and Ward, saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge, at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female about to enter changed her plan and, retracing her steps by King's windows, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in Wood Quay wall under Tom Devon's office, Poddle River hung out in fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus's greeting. From Cahill's corner the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of yore rich advowsons. On Grattan Bridge, Lenehan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house, Gertie MacDowell, carrying the Catesby Cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots, from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine-rooms, John Wyse Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant-General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honourable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, G.C.V.O., passed Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax smart-suited fresh-cheeked models, the gentleman Henry, Dernier Cri James. Over against Dame Gate, Tom Rochford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rochford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt, smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H. G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honourable Gerald Ward, A.D.C. From the window of the D.B.C., Buck Mulligan gaily and Haines gravely gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose massive forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Fowna Street, Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel-spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand, not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honourable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner a jaded white flagon, H., halted, and 4 tall-hatted white flagons halted behind him, E.L.Y.S., while outriders pranced past and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms, Mr. Dennis J. Maggini, professor of dancing, etc., gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tanned shoes and socks with sky-blue clocks, to the refrain of "My girl's a Yorkshire girl." Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky-blue frontlets and high action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the three ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowling consort to the programme of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the cortège. But though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, barabum, yet I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barabum. Thither of the wall the quarter-mile flat handicappers, M. C. Green, H. Thrift, T. M. Patty, C. Scaife, J. B. Jeffs, G. N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley, and W. C. Huggard started in pursuit. Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M. E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian vice-consulate. Deep in Leinster Street, by Trinity's postern, a loyal Kingsman, hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap, with fingers greased by pork-steak paper. His collar, too, sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirus Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips a-grin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner 2 sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almidano Artifoni's sturdy trousers, swallowed by a closing door. End of chapter 10. Read by Hugh and Kara and Mike on August 21st, 2006 and 22nd, 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 11a. Bronze by gold heard the hoof-irons, steely ringing imperthnathan. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail, chips. Horrid, and gold flushed more. A husky fife note blew. Blue, blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, trilling, ay Dolores. Peep, Who's in the peep of gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call, pure, long and throbbing, long in dying call. Decoy, soft word, but look, the bright stars fade. Notes chirruping answer. O Rose, Castile, the morn is breaking. Jingle, jingle, jaunted, jingling. Coin rang, clock clacked. A vowel, sonnet. I could. Rebound of garter. Not leave thee. Smack. La cloche. Thigh smack. A vowel. Warm. Sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle. Blue. Boomed crashing chords. When love absorbs. War, war, the tympanum. A sail. A veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost. Throstle fluted. All is lost now. Horn, hawthorn. When first he saw, alas, full tup, full throb, warbling, ah, lure, alluring. Martha, come. Clap, clap, clip, clap, clappy clap. Good God, had never heard in all. Deaf bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call. Far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold sea-horn. Have you the? Each, and for other, plash and silent roar. Pearls, when she lists rhapsodies, hiss. You don't? Did not, no, no, believe, liddy lid, with a cock and a, with a cock with a cara, black, deep sounding, do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait, hee, wait while you hee, but wait. Low in dark middle earth, embedded ore. Now mind a mine, preacher is he, all gone, all fallen. Tiny her tremulous fernfoils of maidenhair. Armen, he gnashed in fury, fro, to, fro, a baton cool protruding. Bronze Lydia by Meinegold, by bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow. Bloom, old Bloom. One rapped, one tapped, with a cara with a cock. Pray for him, pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Benaben, big Ben. Last rose, Castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone. Pwee, little wind piped, wee. True men, lid care cow dee and doll. Aye, like you men, will lift your chink with chunk. Pff, ooh. Where bronze from anear, where gold from afar, where hoofs. Rup, cra, crandle. Then not till then, my epitaph be frit. Done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Douce's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the cross-blind of the Ormond bar heard the viceregal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Douce said yes, sitting with his ex, pearl grey and eau de Nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Douce said eagerly, Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Douce's wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted bronze to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept, aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted, twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Blue who went by Moulang's pipes, bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china and "There's your teas," he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea-tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. "What is it?" loud Boots unmannerly asked. "Find out," Miss Douce retorted, leaving her spying point. "Your beau, is it?" A haughty bronze replied. "I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence." Imperthin, Boots' snout sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning, Miss Douce said, "Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll wring his ear for him a yard long." Ladylike, in exquisite contrast. "Take no notice," Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from anear, by gold from afar, heard steel from anear, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Douce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror, gilded lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Douce. Those things only bring out a rash, replied, reseated. I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't remind me of him, for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Douce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy having poured with milk plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried. But Bloom? Miss Douce grunted in snuffy fogey's tone. For your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but prayed again. Don't let me think of him, or I'll expire, the hideous old wretch, that night in the Antient concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Douce said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose-wings. Huffa, huffa. Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Douce huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered imperthin like a snout in quest. Oh! Shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Douce chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting, And your other eye! Blow whose dark eye read Aaron Figatner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think, and Prosper Lore's Huguenot name. By Bassy Blessed Virgin's Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today. I could not see. That fellow spoke, a student, after with Daedalus's son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That brings those rakes of fellows in, her white. By went his eyes, the sweets of sin, sweet are the sweets of sin. In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, Douce with Kennedy, your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high, piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip, and giggled. Miss Douce, bending over the tea-tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll, fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise nape-comb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, "Oh, greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that," she cried, "with his bit of beard!" Douce gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. "Married to the greasy nose!" she yelled. Shrill with deep laughter, after gold after bronze, they urged each other to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold, gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter. And then laughed more. Greasy eye-nose, exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy-combed, against the counter-ledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease-a-Bloom. "Oh, saints above," Miss Douce said, sighed above her jumping rose. "I wished I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet." "Oh, Miss Douce," Miss Kennedy protested, "you horrid thing!" And flushed yet more, "You horrid," more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Grease-a-Bloom, by Seppi's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as I. Religion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence, Dolphin. On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr Dedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. "Oh, welcome back, Miss Douce." He held her hand. "Enjoyed her holidays?" "Tip-top." He hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. "Gorgeous," she said. "Look at the holy show I am, lying out on the Strand all day." Bronze whiteness. "That was exceedingly naughty of you," Mr Dedalus told her, and pressed her hand indulgently. "Tempting poor simple males." Miss Douce of Satin douced her arm away. "Oh, go away," she said. "You're very simple, I don't think." He was. "Well, now I am," he mused. "I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon." "You must have been doughy," Miss Douce made answer. "And what did the doctor order today?" "Well now," he mused, "whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half-glass of whiskey." Jingle. With the greatest alacrity Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror-gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. "By Jove," he mused, "I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes, yes." Yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaid's, into the bowl. Chips, shreds, musing, mute. None nought said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling, "O, I Dolores, Queen of the Eastern Seas." Was Mr Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Yessex. To Martha I must write. By paper. Dallies. Girl there civil. Bloom. Old Bloom. Blue Bloom is on the Rye. He was in at lunch-time, Miss Douce said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No, he was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard, not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep, who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him yet, he made overtures. To mind her stops. To read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle jaunty jingle. Girl Gold she read and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a solfa fable for her, plappering flatly. Ah, fox met ah, stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my throat and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Douce turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me, oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen, the youthful bard. Dry. Mr. Dedalus' famous father laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's en ville, and in Mooney's sur mer. He had received the rhino for the labour of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips, the ponderous pundit, Hugh MacHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west, who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval Mr. Dedalus raised his grog and, that must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. He drank, with faraway morning mountain eye, set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. I see you moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Miss Douce replied, tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know, and blind too, poor fellow. Not 20, I'm sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Miss Douce condoled. God's curse on bitch's bastard. Tink to her pity cried a diner's bell. A diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining-room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for dinner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for jingle-jaunty Blazes boy. Upholding the lid he, who, gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple, piano, wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft-pedalling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes, when I was in Wisdom Helly's wise Bloom in Daly's Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me, and a pin cut slow. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence, that is. Respectable girl, meet after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid-nice waves. Smoke mermaids. coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn, for some man, for Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is. Again. Third time. Coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow. Risk it. Go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. "Twopence, sir," the shop-girl dared to say. "Ah, I was forgetting. Excuse." And 4. At 4 she, winsomely she on blue him whom smiled. Blue smy qui go. Ternoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. For men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had that he forgot, that he now struck. A call again. That he now poised, that it now throbbed, you hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs. Longer in dying call. Pat paid for Diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray, and pop-corked bottle, ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered, without. With Miss Douce. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing. The morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirruped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenehan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading, Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall, or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting. Ask no questions, and you'll hear no lies. Like lady, ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black wary he-cat walked towards Richie Goulding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a sloe gin for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Goulding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat? I too was just. In here. What, Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Douce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst so high. Oh, jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. Oh! But easily she seized her prey and led it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed. Flower in his coat, who gave him? And syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels. That is to say, she. Neatly she poured slow syrupy slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenehan, till I... Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Sceptre will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Douce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolores, the eastern seas. Clock whirred. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flower, wonder who gave. Bearing away tea-tray. Clock clacked. Miss Douce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Look to the west. A clack. For me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4? O'clock. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of Goulding, Collis, Ward led Bloom by Rye Bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door, be near, at 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come. Whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure eyed Blazier's sky-blue brow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high. High, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Doots communing with her rose that sank and rose sought, Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, please. He pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee. Afterwits, Miss Douce promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenehan. Sonnez la cloche. Oh, do, there's no one. She looked. Quick, Miss Ken out of earshot, sudden bent, 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chords, strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord and lost and found it, faltering. Go on, do, sonnez. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed, taunted them still, bending, suspending, with wilful eyes. Sonnez. Smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smack warm against her smackable a woman's warm hosed thigh. La cloche, cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner, no sawdust there. She smile smirked supercilious. Wept, aren't men. But lightward gliding, mild, she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan eyed, tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from a nearby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you. Tom Rochford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait, I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes, but stood by nimbly on the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? How do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho, ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon, give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course nerves a bit. Refracts. Is it? Heat. Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Dedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops, before them. Hold that fellow with the... Hold him now. Into the saloon. He plumped him, Dollard, on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped. Stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window watched. Bronze from afar. Jingle, a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off, light sob of breath. Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Douce's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive. Who knows? Smitten, the smiting light. She lowered the drop-blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive. Why did he go so quick when I... About her bronze, over the bar where bald stood by Sister Gold, inexquisite contrast, contrast inexquisite, non-exquisite, slow, cool, dim, sea-green, sliding depth of shadow, eau de Nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Dedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers I had no wedding garment. They laughed, all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Dedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar, to the lost cord pipe. Bald Pat carried the 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy, and Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situation. Tight trow. Brilliant idea. I know he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration. And who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Keogh's gave us the number. Remember? Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style, ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either, what? Any God's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose, what? Aye, aye, Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon, steak and kidney pie. Right, sir. Right, Pat. Mrs. Marion. Met him pike hoses. Smell of burn. Of Paul de Kock. Nice name, he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie. Marion... Tweedy. Yes, is she alive? And kicking. She was a daughter of... Daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad, I remember the old drum major. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed, savoury puff after. Irish? I don't know, faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savoury, crackling. Buccinator muscle is... What? Bit rusty. Oh, she is... My Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent, plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar all the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the beer-pull, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful all too. Mina Kennedy, for Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with Idolores, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liver slices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cod's roes, while Richie Golding, Collis, Ward ate steak and kidney, steak, then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Golding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By bachelor's walk jog-jaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun, in heat, mare's glossy rump a-trot, with flick of whip on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn, have you the? Horn, have you the? Haw-haw horn. Over their voices Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul. Roll of Ben-Sol Benjamin rolled to the quivery love-shivery roof-panes. War, war, cried Father Cowley, you're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord, love or money. He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr Dedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half-time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served two gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was, indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel hoofs, ring-hoof ring. No, she couldn't say, but it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her, outspread independent, searching. The Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow-moving. Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. My ardent soul, I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy blew mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking. With all his belongings on show. Oh, saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course, that's what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance, eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Cowley. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chap. Stopped. Miss Douce, engaging, Lydia Douce, bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's, hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloom ate live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here. Goulding and I. Clean tables, flowers, mitres of napkins. Pat to and fro, bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in dub. Piano again. Cowley it is, way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone under blowing like a grampus between the acts. Other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bags trousers, jiggity-jiggity. Do right to hide them. jiggity jingle jaunty jaunty. Only the harp, lovely, gold glowering light. Girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a. Golden ship. Erin. The harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Howth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. I. He. Old. Young. Ah, I couldn't, man, Mr. Dedalus said. Shy. Listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you, Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Mapari, Simon, Father Cowley said. Downstage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat hoarsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there. A last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, what wind around her. Cowley sang, M'appari tut amor, il mio sguardo l'incontra. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well. Mr. Dedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning-fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned. Play it in the original, one flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver mashed, at meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Goulding. Princes at meat they raised and drank. Power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Richie said. Sonambula. He heard Joel Maas sing that one night. Ah, what McGuckin. Yes, in his way. Choir boy style. Maas was the boy. Mass boy. A lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it, never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he. Bright's bright eye. Next item on the programme. Paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie. Sweets to the. Not making much hand of it. Best value in. Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass. Fresh Vartry water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's not wanted a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. End of chapter 11a. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on June 16th, 2006, in Oceanside, California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 11b. Never would Richie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak. And when the first note. Speech paused on Richie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now, rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies, does really, wonderful liar, but want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Richie cocked his lips a pout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all. A thrush, a throstle, his breath bird sweet, good teeth he's proud of, fluted with plaintive woe, is lost. Rich sound, 2 notes in one there, blackbird I heard in the hawthorn valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost 2 new call is lost in all. Echo. How sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom, lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Richie Goulding. He knows it well, too, or he feels. Still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Daedalus said. Me? Bloom askance over liverless saw. Face of the all is lost. Rollicking Richie once. Jokes old stale now. Wagging his ear. Napkin ring in his eye. Now begging letters he sends his son with. Cross-eyed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't trouble only was I expecting some money. Wouldn't trouble only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tuned, probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention, I shall endeavour to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow, Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld. As in cool Glaucus O'Denil Mina 2 tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing. Richie turned. See Daedalus's voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek-touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So, that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what-do-you-call-them dulcimers, touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet sonnet la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold, in octave, gyved them fast. Full of hope, and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score, increase their flow, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply jingle, all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head it simply swirls, perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing, stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or? Phial of cautious, kissing comfits in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still, cork air, softer also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money, singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell. Only the two themselves, if he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink, nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha! Give, take, throb, a pulsing, proud, erect. Words? Music? No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, nodded, disnodded. Bloom, flood of warm jam lick-it-up secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick, flow invading, tipping her, tapping her, topping her, tup, pours to dilate, dilating, tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup, to pour o'er sluices, pouring gushes, flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb, now language of love. Ray of hope is beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely here so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Accept my little prez. Play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She's a... I called you naughty boy. Still the name. Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy Lydia Lidwell, also sang to Pat, open-mouth ear, waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him, Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though, explain better. Why the barber in Drago's always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar, though farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terenure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We two the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round, slow, quick round, we two all looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looked. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing. Waiting she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of perfume, of what perfume does your lilac trees. Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree, alone patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow, Dolores, she Dolores, at me, luring. Ah, alluring. Martha, ah, Martha. Quitting all languor, Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness, that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here, there, try there, here, all try, where? Somewhere. Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one. Alone, one love, one hope, one comfort me. Martha, chest-note, return. Come. It soared, a bird. It held its flight, a swift, pure cry. Soar silver orb, it leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come. Don't spin it out too long, long breath, he breath, long life. soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, crowned, high in the effulgence symbolistic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high vast irradiation everywhere, all soaring all around, about the all, the endlessness. To me. Leopold. Consumed. Come, well sung, all clapped, she ought to. Come, to me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo, clap, clap, good man, Simon, clappy, clap, clap, encore, clap, clip, clap, clap, sound as a bell, bravo, Simon, clap, 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 encore, enclap, said, cried, clapped all, Ben Dollard, Lydia Douce, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, 2 gentlemen with 2 tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank, and bronze Miss Douce, and gold Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingle by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio one-handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now. A trot in heat, heat-seated. Cloche, sonnez-la, cloche, sonnez-la. Slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, Blazes Boylan, Impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An after-clang of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Goulding drank his power, and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness, second gentlemen said they would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, disserving, coral lips at first at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water, then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia admired. But Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. She sang. 'Twas rank and fame. In Ned Lambert's 'twas. Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that. He never did then, false one, we had better part so clear, so God he never heard since love lives, not a clinking voice lives. Not ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Goulding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr Bloom, face of the night, see in Ned Lambert's, Dedalus house, sang 'twas rank and fame. He, Mr Bloom, listened while he, Richie Goulding, told him 'twas Mr Bloom. He, Mr Bloom, listened while he, Richie Goulding, told him, Mr Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, see Dedalus, sing 'twas rank and fame in his, Ned Lambert's house. Brothers-in-law, relations. We never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think. Treats him with scorn, see, he admires him all the more. The night she sang. The human voice, 2 tiny silky chords, wonderful more than all others. That voice was a lamentation. Calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations. Now silent air. Bloom ungived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged. While Goulding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Dedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on, then tear asunder. Death, explose, knock on the head. Out a hell of that. Human life. Dignam. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. corpus paradisum, corncake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup, gone. They sing, forgotten, I too, and one day she with. Leave her, get tired, suffer then, snivel, big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing, her wavy heavy hair uncombed. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your... Twang! It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Douce withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so, and second tankard told her so, that was so. Miss Douce, Miss Lydia, did not believe. Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe. George Lidwell, no. Miss Dew did not. The first gent with the tank, believe, no, did not. Miss Ken. Lydia well, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald Pat at a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink, he went. A pad, he went. A pad to blot. He heard, deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present. All that Italian florid music is. Who this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet, notepaper, envelope, unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Goulding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations. Chords those are. 1 + 2 + 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Muse mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal, but suppose you said it like Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds, it is. Instance he's playing now, improvising. Might be what you like till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp, hard. Begin all right, then hear chords a bit off. Feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. 2 together next-door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Blumenlied I bought for her, the name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Milly no taste. Queer because we both, Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven. Ringabella singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbour full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven moon carol. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call. Clear from a near, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Bloom's, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that? Callan, Coleman, Dignam, Patrick. Hey-ho, Fawcett. Aha, just I was looking. Hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember write Greek S. Bloom dipped. Bloomer. Dear Sir. Dear Henry wrote. Dear Maddie. Got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or oth. It is utter imposs. Underline imposs. To write today. Bore this. Bloom tambourined gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean. No, change that E. Accept my poor lit pres and close. Ask her no ance. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is come. 7 Davy Burns. 8 is about. Say 1/2 a crown. My poor little pres. P.O. 2 and 6. Write me along. Do you despise? Jingle, have you the... So excited. Why do you call me naught? You naughty too? Oh, Myrie lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, yes, we'll tell you. Want to keep it up. Call me that other world, she wrote. My patience are exhaust. To keep it up, you must believe the tank, it is true. Folly am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does, their wives. Because I'm away from, suppose. But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out. Card in my high grade, ha! No, not tell all. Useless pain, if they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Messias, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat, very dressy, bought of John Plasto of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, hatter. Eh? This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Dlucad's pork shop, bright tubes of Agendath trotted a gallant buttocked mare. Answering an ad? Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveller. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom mur. Best references. But Henry wrote. It will excite me. You know how. In haste. Henry. Greek E. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum-tum-tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging, whack by. Tell me I want to. No. Oh. Course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re. Trails off there sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H. They like sad tail at end. P.P.S. La 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 re. I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Envel. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured. Messrs. Callan, Coleman and Company, Limited. Henry wrote. Miss Martha Clifford. Care of P.O. Dolphin's Barn Lane. Dublin. Blot over the other so he can't read. There. Right. Idea prize titbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per call. Matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. U.P. Up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms, Shakespeare said. Quotations every day in the year. To be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's rosary of Fetter Lane he walks. Grey Adow burn. One life is all, one body do, but do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp, post office lower down. Walk now, enough. Barney Kiernan's, I promised to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning. Walk. Pat. Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there now. Talk. Pat. Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him, then he'd be 2. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat, who is bothered, mitred the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He waits while you wait. He, a waiter is he. He waits while you wait. While you wait, if you wait, he will wait while you wait. He, ho, wait while you wait. Deuce now, deuce Lydia, bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous time, and look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding sea-horn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. "Listen," she bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gin-hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love-songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom. Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get wom. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here, he heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own, and through the sifted light pale gold in contrast gilded. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, than each for other, hearing the plash of waves, loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside. Lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first, make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh, and that lotion mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. Your head it simply. Hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet, yashmak. Find the way in, a cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear, singing, a roar. The blood it is, souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful really, so distinct. Again, George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, sea smiling and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's by Larry, bold Larry O. Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely, archly Miss Douce's head let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time. Long John, Big Ben, lightly he played a light, bright, tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice that is. Look, 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 look. You look at us. That's joyful I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy, but both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no. McCoy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat. Like tearing silk. Tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices too. Fill me. I'm warm, dark, open. Molly in qui est homo. Mercadante. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog, jig, jogged, stopped. Dandy tan shoe of Dandy Boylan, socks, sky blue clocks, came light to earth. Oh, look, we are so. Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she. Acoustics, that is, tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsy-eyed, pearls, drops, rain, diddle-idle-addle-addle, oodle-oodle, hiss. Now, maybe now, before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud proud knocker with a cock, cara 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 cock, cock cock? Tap. Qui sdegno, said Ben. Qui sdegno, Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy, our native Doric. Ay, do, Ben, Mr Dedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return, come. He came, he did not stay. To me, how much? What key? 6 sharps? F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go, Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He hears lip speech. 1 and 9. Penny for yourself. Here, give him 2pence tip. Deaf, bothered, but perhaps he has wife and family waiting Patty come home. He, deaf wait while they wait. But here, chords dark, lugugubrious, low, in a cave of the dark middle earth, embedded ore, lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice, bass barrel tone, doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast, manless, moonless, womanless marsh. Other come down. Big ship's chandler's business he did once. Remember, rosiny ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of £10,000. Now in the Ivig home. Cubicle number so-and-so. Number 1 bass did that for him. The priest's at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in, the Holy Father. With bows a traitor servant. Curlicues of chords. Ruin them, wreck their lives, then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushaby, lullaby, die, dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul, bit addled now, thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. C-T, what domestic animal? T-R, most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet, with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Goulding listened, and by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat, listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like birdlime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive. Full-busted satin. Kernan. Sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang. His sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitches bast. And once at mass-time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze, listening by the beer-pole, gazed far away, soulfully, Doesn't half know I'm. Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock cara cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Night Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of Home Sweet Home. Wiped his nose in curtain, too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music, too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up-trunks. Double basses, helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind, like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theatre when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papa's. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the country, man the tune, met him pike hoses, philosophy, oh rocks. All gone, all fallen, at the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too, last of my race. Milly young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy? Too late now. Or if not, if still? He bore no hate. Hate, love, those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben his voice unfolded. Great-voiced Richie Goulding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to Bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, Dollard the croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed, to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open, those girls, those lovely. By the sad sea waves. Chorus girls romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabiddy's owny Mumpsy-pum. Laughter in court. Henry. I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air and words. Then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock. A yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap, tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it. Page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair. Keeps them young. Even admire themselves. See, play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle. Loud. 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that hurdy-gurdy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals too that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquies. My lips closed. Think in my stum. What? Will? You? I? Want? You? To? With hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling an apoplectic bitch's bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live, your last. Tap, tap. Thrill now, pity they feel, to wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purefoy, hope she's over, because they're wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river. At each slow, satiny, heaving bosom's wave. Her heaving embon. Red rose, rose, slowly sank red rose. Heartbeats, her breath, breath that is life, and all the tiny, tiny fernfoils trembled of maidenhair. But look, the bright stars fade. O Rose, Castile, the morn, ha, Lidwell. For him then not for. Infatuated, I like that. See her from here, though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beer-pull laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Croppy. Fro, to, fro, over the polished knob. She knows his eyes, my eyes, her eyes. Her thumb and finger passed in pity, passed, reposed, and, gently touching, then slid so smoothly, sliding down, a cool, firm, white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With a cock, with a cara. Tap, tap, tap. I hold this house, amen. He gnashed in fury, traitors swing. The chords consented. Very sad thing, but had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave the freeman. Letter I have. Suppose she were the... No, walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel Boylo, Conoro, Coilo, Tisdall Maurice, Tisntdall Farrell. Walk. Well, I must be. Are you off? You're from spies. Bloomstup. Or I high blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling, rather sticky behind. Must have sweated. Music. That lotion. Remember. Well, so long. High grade. Card inside. Yes. By deaf Pat in the doorway, straining ear, Bloom passed. At Geneva Barrack that young man died. At Passage was his body laid. Dolor. O he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting and going, past eyes and maiden hair, bronze and faint gold in deep sea shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom. I feel so lonely, Bloom. Tap, tap, tap. Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace, breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the croppy boy. Scaring, eavesdropping, boots, croppy boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fat backslapping, their boots all treading, boots, not the boots, the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down, glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tom Gin Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honour, it is it. It is. La Blache, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cashicad towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnettes in the air. Big Ben-a-Ben Dollard, big Ben-Ben, big Ben-Ben. Rrrr. And deep-moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing, they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Douce composed her rose to wait. Ben Machree, said Mr Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder-blade. Fit as a fiddle, only has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Rrrs. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute, alone sat, Goulding Collis Ward. Uncertainly he waited, unpaid Pat too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured Tankard. Tank one believed. Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she-doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of... Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina, Mr. Dollard. And The Last Rose of Summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer, Dollard left Bloom, felt wind, wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait, post office near Reuben J's, 1 and 8 too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the... Ben Houth. That rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap, 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 tap. Up the quay went Lionel Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Maddie, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap, blind walked, tapping by the tap, the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway, the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a demi-semiquaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops, because you never know exact. Organ in Gardiner Street. Old Glynn 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cockloft alone with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Maunder on for hours talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing. Want to have wadding or something in his... No, she don't, she cried. No, don't, she cried. Then all of a soft sudden, wee little pipey wind. Pwee, a wee little wind piped ee in Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dingham's. Aye, the Lord have mercy on him. By the by, there's a tuning fork in there on the... Tap, 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 tap. The wife has a fine voice, or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Lionel. First I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was, she told George Lidwell, second I saw, and played so exquisitely, treat to hear, exquisite contrast, bronze lid, Mina gold. Shout, Ben Dollard shouted, pouring, sing out. 'Ull do, cried Father Cowley. Rrr. I feel I want... Tap, 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 tap. Very well, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely last sardine of summer. Bloom alone. Very, he stared, the lower register for choice. Tap, 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 tap. Bloom went by Barry's. Wish I could. Wait. That wonder-worker if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Goulding, Collis, Ward. But, for example, the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation. Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after pig's cheek and cabbage, nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Pompity. Jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak, or I mean kismet. Fate. Tap, tap. A stripling, blind, with a tapping cane came tap-tap-tapping by Dally's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see. Blew whiffs of a mermaid. Blind couldn't. Mermaid. Coolest whiff of all. Instruments. A blade of grass. Shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn, haw, have you the cloche, sonnez-la, shepherd his pipe, puis little wee, policeman a whistle, locks and keys, sweep, 4 o'clock, all's well, sleep. All is lost now, drum, pompedy, wait, I know, town crier, bumbailiff, long john, waken the dead, pom, dignum, poor little nominy dominy, pom, it is music. I mean, of course, it's all pom, 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 very much what they call da capo. Still, you can hear. As we march along, pom. I must, really. Now, if I did that at a banquet. Just a question of custom, Shah of Persia. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap, muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the... Hee-haw, she saw. Off her beat there. What is she? Hope she... Psst! Any chance of your wash? New Molly. Had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever. Too dear, too near to home, sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like a dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Marks's antique sale shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks, melodeon, oozing maggoty blow-bags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider. Or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar, they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First Lyd, Dee, Cow, Care, Doll, a 5th, Lidwell, Cy, Dedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marks's window. Robert Emmet's last words, 7 last words, of Meyerbeer, that is. True men like you, men. Aye, aye, Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Chink, chunk, tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze, he saw not gold. Nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He did not see. Sea Bloom, Grease-a-Bloom viewed last words, softly. When my country takes her place among. Purr. Must be the burr. Ooh, rupper. Nations of the earth. No one behind, she's past. Then and not till then. Tram, cran, cran, cran. Good opper. Coming. Crandall, cran, cran. I'm sure it's the Burgund. Yes, 1, 2. Let my epitaph be. Cra. Written I have. Perf. Done. End of chapter 11b. Read by Kara Schallenberg. www.kray.org. On June 16th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 12. I was just passing the time of day with old Troy of the DMP at the corner of Arbour Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he nearly drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue when who should I see dodging along Stony Batter? Only Joe Hynes. "'Lo, Joe," says I. "How are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shove my eye out with his brush?" "Soot's luck," says Joe. "Who's the old ballocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the farce. I'm on two minds not to give that fellow in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing round these parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the garrison church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me a wrinkle about him. Lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay £3 a week. Said he had a farm in the county down off a hop of my thumb by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Hylesbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. "Aye," says I, "a bit off the top. An old plumber named Garrity. I'm hanging on to his towel now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "How are the mighty fallen, collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious bloody robber you'd meet in a day's walk, and the face on him all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain." "Tell him," says he, "I dare him," says he, "and I double dare him to send you round here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summonsed up before the court, so I will, for trading without a licence." And after he's stuffing himself till he's fit to burst. Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. "He drinks me my teas, he eat me my sugars, because he pay me my monies." "'Cause he no pay me my monies?" "For non-perishable goods bought out of Moses Herzog of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Wood Quay Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garrity, Esquire of 29 Arbour Hill in the city of Dublin, Aaron Quay Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the purchaser, videlicet £5 avoir du pois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoir du pois, and 3 stone avoir du pois of sugar, crushed crystal at 3 pence per pound avoir du pois. The said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of £1 5 shillings and 6 pence sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchase to said vendor in weekly instalment every 7 calendar days of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees and assigns of the one part and the said purchaser, his heirs, successor, trustees and assigns of the other part. "Are you a strict T.T.?" says Joe. "Not taking anything between drinks," says I. "What about paying our respects to our friend?" says Joe. "Who?" says I. "Sure, he's out in John of God's off his head, poor man." "Drinking his own stuff?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "Whisky and water on the brain." "Come round to Barney Kiernan's," says Joe. "I want to see the citizen." Barney Mavourneen's be it, says I. Anything strange or wonderful, Joe? Not a word, says Joe. I was up at that meeting in the City Arms. What was that, Joe? Says I. Cattle traders, says Joe, about the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it. So we went around by Linenhall Barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fellow, Joe, when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody Foxy Garrity, the daylight robber. For trading without a licence, says he. In Innisfail, the fair there, lies a land, the land of holy Mishan. There rises a watchtower beheld of man afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is, in sooth, of murmuring waters, fishful streams where the sport, the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gibbed haddock, the grilse, the dab, the brill, the flounder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish, generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world, which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees, singing the most lovely songs, where they play all kinds of lovely objects, as, for example, golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems, and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Ebelana to Sleeve Margie, the peerless princess of unfettered Munster and of Connacht, the just and of smooth, sleek Leinster, and of Cruachan's land and of Armagh the splendid, and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace, whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose, and thither come all herds and fatlings and fistfuls of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflowers, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, trills of swedes, spherical potatoes, and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms, and custard marrows, and fat vetches, and beer, and rape, and red, green, yellow, brown, russet, sweet, big, bitter, ripe, pommelated apples, and chips of strawberries, and seeds of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious, and strawberries fit for princes, and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Garrity, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers and flushed ewes and shealing rams and lambs and stubble geese and medium steers and roaring mares and polled calves and longwoods and store sheep and coufs, prime springers and culls and sow pigs and bacon hogs and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine and Angus heifers and pulley bullocks of immaculate pedigree together with prime premiated milk cows and beeves. and there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing of sheep and pigs and heavy-hooved kine from pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrick mines, and from the steamy vales of Thomond. From the McGiddies reeks the inaccessible, and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir. Their udders distended with superabundance of milk, and butts of butter, and rennets of cheese, and farmers' firkins, and targets of lamb, and crannocks of corn, and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his cruising lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a licence. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here? Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, what's your opinion of the times? Doing the rapparee and the roary of the hill, but begob Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians wish to tyrannise. Arrah, give over your bloody cuddling, Joe, says I. I've a thirst in me that wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours, says Joe. Ditto McNaspy, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen, says he. Never better. A chara, says he. What, Gary? Are we going to win, eh? And with that he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck and, by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny prickly hair in hue, and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong, hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower, and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long, unsleeved garment of recently flayed oxhide reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea-stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame, and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity. Cuchulainn, Conn of 100 battles, Niall of 9 hostages, Brian of Kincora, the Ardry Malachy, Art MacMurrough, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim MacDermott, Suggath Ewan O'Grony, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joy McCracken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Conniff, Peg Woofington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Fiercer, S. Brendan, Marshall McCowan, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savunin Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Myrtle Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Ara Pogue, Dick Lurpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bawn, Wada Healy, Angus the Gouldy, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Houth, Valentine Greatrix, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Crocker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Balor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandra Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rusa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Beer, a couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe, whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by the hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow, Terry brought the 3 pints. Joe was standing and begobbed. The sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid. Oh, as true as I'm telling you. A good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor box, Joe? Says I. Sweat of my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pillar Lane and Greek Street with his cod's eye, counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mission's land, bedlight and sable armour? Oh, Bloom, the son of Rory. It is he. Impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Prince's Street, says the citizen, the subsidised organ. The pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says it. Look at this, says he, the Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working man's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish for All Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you and the marriages. And he starts reading them out. Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne of Iffley, St. Anne's on Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent and Gillette to Rotha Marion, daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillette, 179, Chapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Risdale, at St. Jude's, Kensington, by way of the very reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester, eh? Deaths! Bristow at Whitehall Lane, London, Carr / Newington of gastritis and heart disease. Cockburn at the Moat House, Chepstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Cockburn, Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty. Jesus. Miller Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12th, at 35 Canning Street. Liverpool, Isabella Helen. How's that for a national press, eh, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. Health, Joe, says I, and all down the farm. Ah, ow, don't be talking. I was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady, wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen snoring drunk, blind to the world? Only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door. And begob, what was it only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers with two bloody big books tucked under his oxter and the wife hot foot after him. Unfortunate wretched woman. Trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would spit. Look at him, says he. Breen, he's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with U.P. up on it to take a and he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh, hell, says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl. That'd put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up. But the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. Be ideo hushed, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collins and Ward's, and then Tom Rookford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh God, I've a pain laughing. U.P. up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic has gone round to Green Street to look for a G-man. When is Long John going to hang that fellow in Mountjoy? Says Joe. Bergen, says Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergen? Yes, says Alf. Hanging? Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool, £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. U.P. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergen? Hurry up, Terry boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy Eben ale, which the noble twin brothers Bonnevet and Bunganan brew ever in their divine Elvat's, cunning as the sons of deathless leader. For the garner the succulent berries of the hop and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices and bring the must to the sacred fire, and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth as to the manner born, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the O'Bergans, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed in excellent smithwork was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty by grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British dominions beyond the sea, queen, defender of the faith, empress of India, even she who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy, and the Ethiop. What's that bloody Freemason doing, says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. What's that? Said Joe. Here you are, says Alf, chucking at the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangmen's letters. Look at here. So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. Are you codding? Says I. Honest Injun, says Alf. Read them. So Joe took up the letters. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I, just to make talk. How's Willie Murray these times, Alf? I don't know, says Alf. I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dingham, only I was running after that. You what? Says Joe, throwing down the letters. With who? With Dingham, says Alf. Is it Paddy? Says Joe. Yes, says Alf. Why? Don't you know he's dead? Says Joe. Paddy Dingham dead? Says Alf. Aye, says Joe. Sure, I'm seeing him not 5 minutes ago, says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. Who's dead? Says Bob Doran. You saw his ghost then, says Joe. God between us and harm. What? Says Alf. Good Christ, only 5. What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near, who do you call hims? What? Dingham dead. What about Dingham? Says Bob Doran. Who's talking about? Dead, says Alf. He's no more dead than you are. Maybe so, says Joe. They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow. Paddy, says Alf. Aye, says Joe. He paid the debt of nature, God be merciful to him. Good Christ, says Alf. Begob, he was what you might call flabbergasted. In the darkness, spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts and the heavenward, he stated that he was now on the path of P-R-I-Y-A, or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the general divide beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atmic development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experiences in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from the more favoured beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort, such as Talafana, Alvatar, Hatakaeda, Wataklasset, and the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in divanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the early eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there was any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of earth, who are still in the body. Mind CK doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H. J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. He is gone from mortal haunts. O Dingham, son of our morning, fleet was his foot on the bracken. Patrick of the beamy brow, wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again, says the citizen, staring out. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And begob, I saw his physog do a peep in and then slither off again. Little Alf was knocked backwards. Faith he was. Good Christ, says he, I could have sworn it was him. And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence. Who said Christ is good? I beg your parsnips, says Alf. Is that a good Christ, says Bob Doran, to take away the poor little Willie Dingham? Ah, well, says Alf, trying to pass it off. He's over all his troubles. But Bob Doran shouts out of him. He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dingham. Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dingham, true as you're there. The finest man, he says, snivelling, the finest, purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye, talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him to go to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the Bumber bailiff's doctor. Mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street. That used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that he was stopping there at 2 a.m. without a stitch on her, exposing her person, open to all corners, fair field and no favour. The noblest, the truest, says he, and he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dingham. And mournful, and with a heavy heart, he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Garryowen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. Come in, come on, he won't eat you, said the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry, was Martin Cunningham there? Oh, Christ McGowan, says Joe, reading one of the letters. Listen to this, will you? And he starts reading out one. 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin. Dublin. Honoured Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February 1900, and I hanged... Show us, Joe, says I. Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jessie Tilsit in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when... Jesus, says I. Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. Hold hard, says Joe. I have a special knack of putting the noose. Once in, he can't get out. Hoping to be favoured, I remain, honoured sir. My terms is 5 guineas. Hitch rumbled. Master Barber. And a barbarous bloody barbarian he is too, says the citizen. And the dirty scrawl of the wretch, says Joe. Here, says he, take them to hell out of my sight. Hello, Bloom, says he. What will you have? So they started arguing about the point. Bloom saying he wouldn't and he couldn't and excuse him no offence and all to that. And then he said, well, he'd just take a cigar. Gorby's a prudent member and no mistake. Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry, says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. They're all barbers, says he, from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down and travelling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellows waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yea, and therein they lead to Erebus whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood, for I will on no wise suffer it, even so saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business, and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jewies does have a sort of queer odour coming off them for dogs, about I don't know what, all that deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing it hasn't had a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that? Said Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That's so, says Joe. God's truth, says Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmaine when they hanged Joe Brady, the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That could be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist, Herr Professor Leopold Bloom tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centres of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been denominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminuendum captis. So, of course, the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the men of 67 and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him all the fellows that were hanged, drawn and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial, and a new Ireland, and new this, that, and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy, ravenous brute, sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Durrin that was standing out for half one, sucking up for what he could get. So of course Bob Durrin starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw, doggy, good old doggy, give that paw here, give us the paw. Bloody end to the paw, he'd paw enough trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool of the bloody old dog, and he's taking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog. Give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he galloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all, hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolfe Tone beyond on Arbour Street, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, and Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran, and she's far from the land. And Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar, putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon! The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon with a back on her like a ball-alley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms pisser, Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked luderman of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her doing the mollycoddle playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him round the rounds of Dublin, and by the Holy Farmer, he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol, and by herrings, if the three women didn't near roast him, it's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife, and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat. And Bloom with his but don't you see and but on the other hand. And sure, must be taken, the lout I'm told was in Powers afar, the blenders, round in Cope Street, going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen, taking up his pint-glass and glaring at Bloom. Aye, aye, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is... Sinn Fein, says the citizen. Sinn Fein am hain. The friends we love are by our side and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries, far and near, the funereal deathbed death bell toiled unceasingly, while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums, punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening clasps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude, which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police, superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person, maintained order in the vast throng for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursions, trains and upholstered charablancas had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins, of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favourite Dublin street singers, LNHN and MLLGN, who sang the night before Larry was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female foundling hospital, who thronged the windows overlooking the scene, were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The viceregal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favourable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendatore Bacabacci Beninobeninum, the semi-paralysed doyen of the party, who had to be assisted to a seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petit-Paton, the grand joker Vladimir Pokethanachev, the art joker Leopold Rudolph von Schwarzenbart-Hoddenthaler, Countess Maha Viraja Kisazoni Putapesti, Hiram Y. Bombust, Count Athanatos Karamapoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish, Rahat Locum Effendi, Senor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo y Palibras y Paternoster de la Mallorca de la Malaria, Hoko Poko Harakiri, He Hung Chang, Olaf Koberdetlesen, Meinheer Trick von Trumps, Pan Poliax Padiriski, Goosepond Prixler Karabeshcha, Boris Hupenov, Herr Hurhausdirektor Präsident Hans Schulz Storelli, National Gymnasium Museum Sanatorium and Suspendorium Ordinary Privat Docent General History Special Professor Dr. Kriegfield Unibangemein. All of the delegates without exception expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they all had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation in which all took part ensued among the FOTEI as to whether the 8th or 9th of March was the correct date of birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of argument, cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stink pots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to, and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Booterstown, quickly restored order and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honourable for both contending parties. The ready-witted nine-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendatore Benoni having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal adviser Avvocato Pagamini that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners, and generally harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly, Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress, and wearing his favourite flower, the gladiolus cruentus, he announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough, which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate. Short, painstaking, yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the viceregal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement, while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries, Hook, Bonsai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin Chin, Polychronia, Hip Hip, Viva, Allah, amid which the ringing Aviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling these piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamoured our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone, and in an instant all heads were bared, the commendadore's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical adviser in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate, who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero martyr when about to pay the death penalty, knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hand by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a tangalon pot, with two circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal, he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm, or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of the fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield. A terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine and appendix, etc. once successfully extracted, and two commodious milk jugs, destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions, done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea, had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death, and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end, but he, with an abnegation rare in our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in aliquot parts among the members of the Sick and Indulgent Roomkeepers' Association, as a token of his regard and esteem. The NEC and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardour to reach. She swore to him, as they mingled the salt streams of their tears, that she would ever cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clontarf Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of youth, and, oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily, all the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from the lachrymal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heart-rending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of the handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bank book and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion. And when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honoured names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern provost-marshal, Lieutenant-Colonel Tompkin Maxwell French Mullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear, and was overheard by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage, to murmur himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ain't a clinker. That bleeding tart. Blimey, it makes me kind of bleeding cry, straight it does, when I sees her, 'cause I thinks of me old mash tub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then, the citizen begins talking about the Irish language in the corporation meeting, and all to that, and the shoonies that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting his old goo with his 2-penny stump that he cadged off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League, and the Anti-Treating League, and drink the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour out all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could, my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of colleen brows going on with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, flag entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune of the old cow died of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings-on with the females, hitting below the belt. So however, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you? Says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old towser growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they left off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do than to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from their druth is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is Legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvellous exhibition of scianthropy given by the famous old Irish red setter wolf dog formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen, and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises among other achievements the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, Wild Horses Shall Not Drag It From Us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited, and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the ranns of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer, who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch, has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor D.O.C. points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Rafferty and of Donald McConsign, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welsh englyme, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancour. The curse of my curses, 7 days every day, and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage, and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog, and gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, a chara to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage looking. Arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honour, with old Giltrap's dog and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, could you make another hole in another pint? Could a swim duck, says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment, says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dingham's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, Dingham, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally, under the Act of the mortgages, can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing. That's a good one if old Shylock is landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers? Says Joe. The wife's advisers, says Bloom. Then he starts all confused, mucking it up about mortgager under the Act like the Lord Chancellor, giving it out on the bench and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created, but on the other hand that Dingham owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgage's right till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the Act. He was bloody safe, he wasn't running himself until that time, as a rogue and vagabond, only he had a friend in court. Selling bazaar tickets to what you call it, Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite, royal and privileged Hungarian robbery. So, Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dingham he was sorry for her trouble, and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her he said, and everyone who knew him said, that there was never a truer, finer person than poor little Willie that's dead to tell her. Choking with bloody foolery, and shaking Bloom's hand doing the tragic to tell her that. Shake hands, brother, you're a rogue, and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance, which, however slight it may appear, if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem, as to request of you this favour. But, should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in me some measures of the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out trying to walk straight. Boost at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, fault he nay. Blind to the world, up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups, and calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Manuot, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young with his eyes shut, who wore the New Testament and the Old Testament, and hugging and smugging. And the 2 shawls killed with a laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilled the porter all over his bed, and the 2 shawls screeching, laughing at one another. How is your testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Old Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the Channels with her patient boots on her, no less. And her violets, nice as pie, doing the little lady. Jack Mooney's sister, and the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gob. Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So, Terry brought the 3 pints. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's That's librivox.org. Today's reading by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 12, Part 2. Here, says Joe, doing the honours. Here, citizen. Slan leat, says he. Fortune, Joe, says I. Good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. What a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who is the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf? Says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. None, says Joe. The member? I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field, MP, the cattle traders. Harry Lopus, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So, Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with the sheep dip for the scab, and a hoose drench for coughing calves, and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue. Because he was up one time in a knacker's yard, walking about with his book and pencil. Here's my head and my heels are coming till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier. Mr. Know-all. Teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in the rivers of tears sometimes with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's Eye was waltzing around her, showing her how to do it. What's your programme today? Aye, humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer, and experts say, and the best known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal, and on the sore spot administer gently. Gob. He'd have a soft hand under a hen. Gaga gara, klook, klook, klook. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her eggs, she is so glad. Gara, klook, klook, klook. Then comes good old Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes a fresh egg. Gaga, gaga, gara, klook, klook, klook. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nanetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure, says Bloom, the councillor is going? I wanted to see him, as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mailboat, says Joe, tonight. That's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted, particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone. No. You're sure? Nanan's going too, says Joe. The League told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slua Naharian. Mr. Coconacre, multifanem nat. Arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shelag, may I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered, though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. All Fours, Tamashant Count. honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. O'Reilly, Montnutty Nut. Have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play the Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. All Fours. The answer is in the negative. Mr. Coconacre. Has the Right Honourable Gentleman's famous Mitchelstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh. Mr. All Fours. I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit. Buncombe Ind. Don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers. The Speaker. Order! Order! The House rises. Cheers. There's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is, sitting there. The man that got away James Stephens, the champion of all Ireland, at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? Now, Berkeley's, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was good as the next fellow anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You were in a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact, says Alf. Yes, says Bloom, that's well known. Did you not know that? So, off they started about Irish sports and shonen games and the like of lawn tennis and about hurley and putting the stone and racy of the soil and building up as nation once again and all to that. And of course Bloom had to have his say too about it, for fellow had a rower's heart, violent exercise was barred. I declare to my antimacassar, if you look up at a straw from the bloody floor, and if you said to Bloom, look at Bloom, do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt he'd talk about it for an hour or so, and he would talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Sarnans in Shred na Bretagne Bieg, under the auspices of Slugnarenin, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture, as understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland, for the development of the race. The venerable president of the noble order was in the chair, and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed, a most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient pan-Celtic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph McCarthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes, practised morning and evening by Finn McCool, as calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and prowess handed down to us from the ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses, having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close. In response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house, by a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis's evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here. A nation once again, in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form, and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honoured anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience, among which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy, as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the very revered William Delaney, S.J. LL.D., the Ret Rev. Gerald Molloy, D.D., the Rev. P.J. Kavanagh, C.S. S.P., the Rev. T. Walters, C.C., the Rev. John M. Ivers, P.P., the Rev. P.J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Rev. L.J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Rev. Fr. Nicholas, O.S.F.C., the Very Rev. B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Rev. T. Mayer, S.J., the Very Rev. James Murphy, S.J., the Rev. John Lavery, V.F., the Very Rev. William Doughty, D.D., the Rev. Peter Fagan, O.M., the Rev. T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Rev. J. Flavin, C.C., the Rev. M.A. Hackett, C.C., the Rev. W. Hurley, C.C., the Right Rev. Manager McManus, V.G., the Rev. B.R. Statterley, O.M.I., the Very Rev. M.D. Scally, P.P., the Rev. F.T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Rev. Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Rev. J. Flanagan, C.C., the laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. Talking about violent exercise, says Alf. Were you at that Coe-Bennett match? No, says Joe. I heard so-and-so made a cool £100 over it, says Alf. Who? Blazes, says Joe. And says Bloom, what I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility and training the eye. Aye, Blazes, says Alf. He let out that Milo was on the beer to run up the odds and swatting it all the time. We know him, says the citizen. The traitor's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket. True for you, says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf, now, don't you think, Bergen? Myler dusted the floor with him, says Alf. Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. Handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper knocked up to his navel and the big fellow swiping. God, he gave him that one last puck in the wind, Queensberry rules and all. Made him puke what he never ate. It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by a superlative skill in ringcraft. The final bout of fireworks was a gruelling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up, during which Coe had been received general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab, to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a little stiff one flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked, but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handy grips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water, and when the bell went came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fistic Eblanite in jig time. It was a fight to a finish, and the best man for it. The two fought like tigers, and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned Pucking Percy for holding, but the pet was tricky and his footwork is a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies, during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to Battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout, clean and clever. Amid tense expectation, the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second Ordfots Wetstein threw in the towel and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public, who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. He knows which side his bread is buttered, says Alf. I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north. He is, says Joe. Is he? Who? Says Bloom. Ah, yes, that's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see, just a holiday. Mrs. B is the bright particular star, isn't she? Says Joe. My wife? Says Bloom. She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success too. He's an excellent man to organise. Excellent. Ho ho, begob, says I to myself, says I. That explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair in the animal's chest. Blaze is doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty down the Dodger's son off Island Bridge that sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old what? I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? The water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? That's the bucko that'll organise her, take my lip. Twixt me and you, Cadarish. Pride of Kelpie's Rocky Mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty, where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of olives knew and bowed, the chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marion of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Malloys, a comely hero of white face, yet withal somewhat ruddy, his Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe. God save you, says the citizen. Save you kindly, says JJ. What'll it be, Nate? 1:30, says Nate. So, JJ ordered the drinks. Were you round at the court, says Joe. Yes, says JJ. He'll square that, Ned, says he. Hope so, says Ned. Now, what were those two at? JJ getting him off the grand jury list and the other giving him a leg over the steel. With his name in stubs, playing cards, hobnobbing with flash toffs with a swank glass in their eye, a drinking fizz, and he half smothered in writs and garnishy orders. Pawning his gold watch in Commons of Francis Street, where no one would know him in the private office when I was there, with Pisser releasing his boots out the pop. What's your name, sir? Dunn, says he. Aye, And done, says I. Gob, he'll come home by Weeping Cross one of these days, I'm thinking. Did you see that bloody lunatic Breen round there, says Alf. U.P. Up. Yes, says J.J., looking for a private detective. Aye, says Nate, and he wanted right to go wrong to address the court, only Corny Kelleher got round to telling him to get the handwriting examined first. £10,000, says Alf, laughing. God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury. Was it you did it, Alf? Says Joe. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Jimmy Johnson. Me, says Alf. Don't cast your nasturtiums on my character. Whatever statement you make, says Joe, will be taken down in evidence against you. Of course an action would lie, says J.J. It implies that he is not compos mentis. U.P. Up. Compos your eye, says Alf, laughing. Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn? Yes, says J.J., but the truth of a libel is no defence to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law. Ha ha, Alf, says Joe. Still, says Bloom, on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her, says the citizen, or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half, says Bloom. Do you mean he... Half and half I mean, says the citizen. A fellow that's neither fish nor flesh. No good red herring, says Joe. That's what I mean, says the citizen. A pishog, if you know what that is. Begob, I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explaining he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals, so it is to let that bloody poverty-stricken Breen out on grass with his beard out tripping him, bringing down the rain. And she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him because a cousin of his old fellows was pewhopping her to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall with his Smashall Sweeney's moustaches, the Signor Brini from Summerhill, the Italiano, Papal Zouave to the Holy Father, has left the quay and gone to Moss Street. And who was he? Tell us. A nobody. 2 pair back and passages at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all sorts of breastplates, bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says J.J., a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sadgrove v. Hull. In my opinion, an action might lie. 6 and 8 pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. God won't even let do that much himself. Well, good health, Jock, says Nate. Good health, Nade, says J.J. There he is again, says Joe. Where? Says Alf. And begob, there he was, passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him and Corny Kelleher with his wall eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. Remanded, says J.J. One of the bottle-nosed fraternity, it was, went by the name of James Watt, alias Saphiro, alias Spark and Spiro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Course, it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and bad hacks from the county Meath. Aye, and his own kidney too. JJ was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case? Said Joe. Recorder, said Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf. You can cord him up to the last 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids, and faith, he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. Aye, aye, says Alf. Reuben J. was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones for the corporation there near Butt Bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder, letting on to cry. A most scandalous thing. This poor hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship, and my wife has the typhoid. And the wife with typhoid fever. Scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor, hard-working, industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the Oxide Goddess and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the Virgin Moon being then in her 1st quarter, it came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. There Master Courtney, sitting in his own chamber, gave him rede, and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury of the probate court, weighed well and pondered the claim of the first chargeant upon the property in the manner of the will propounded and the final testamentary disposition in re the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday, Vinter, deceased versus Livingstone, an infant of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer, and he sat him there about the hour of 5 o'clock to administer the law of the Brians at the commission for all that and those parts to be holden in, and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the high Syndrahim of the 12 tribes of Lar, for every tribe 1 man, of the tribe of Patrick, and of the tribe of Hugh, and of the tribe of Owen, and of the tribe of Con, and of the tribe of Oscar, and of the tribe of Fergus, and of the tribe of Finn, and of the tribe of Dermot, and of the tribe of Cormac, and of the tribe of Kevin, and of the tribe of Caelet, and of the tribe of Ossian, there being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died on rood they should well and truly try to true deliverance make in that issue, joined between their sovereign lord, the king, and the prisoner at the bar, and true verdict give according to the evidence, so help them God, and kiss the book. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of Lar, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting, that they would do his right wiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their donjon keep one whom the sleuth-hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hard and hand and foot, and would take of him ne bail ne main prise, but preferred a charge against him, for he was a malefactor. Those are nice things, said the citizen, coming over here to Ireland, filling the country with bugs. So Bloom lets on he heard nothing, and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the 1st, but if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford. And so Joe swore high and holy by this, and by that he'd do the devil and all. Because, you see, says Bloom, For an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret. Rely on me, says Joe. Swindling the peasants, says the citizen, and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house. Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines, says Bloom. It's just that keys, you see. Consider that done, says Joe. Very kind of you, says Bloom. The strangers, says the citizen. Our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them in. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here. Decree nisi, says J.J. And Bloom, letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing, a spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him, and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. A dishonoured wife, says the citizen, that's what the cause of our misfortunes. And here she is, says Alf, that was giggling over the Police Gazette with Terry on the counter in all her war paint. Give us a squint at her, says I. And what was it only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher? Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of Society Belle. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle in her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancy man feeling for her tickles, and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea-shooter just in time to be late after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor. Oh, Jakers, Jenny, says Joe, how short your skirt is. There's hair, Joe, says I. Get a queer old tail end of corned beef off of that one, what? So anyway, in came John Wise Noland and Lenehan with him, with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. Well, says the citizen, what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the City Hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language? O'Nolan, clad in shining armour, low-bending, made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin, and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the hostel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in either supernal, had taken solemn counsel whereby they might, if so be it might be, bring once more into honour among mortal men the winged speech of the sea-divided Gael. It's on the march, says the citizen. To hell with the bloody brutal Cernacs and their patois. So, J.J. puts in a word. Doing the tough about one story was good till you heard another, and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill and a tainer to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back him up moderation and botheration and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good-for-nothing god light sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have stole from us, tongue-tied sons of bastards ghosts. The European family, says J.J. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence. And says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan, that knows a bit of the lingo, conspuez les Anglaises, perfide habion. He said, and then lifted he in his rude great brawny strengthy hands the measure of dark foamy ale, and, uttering his tribal slogan, Lam Dieg Abu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan, says Terry. Throw away, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. And Boss's mare, says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged £2 on my tip sceptre for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he, takes the biscuit, and, talking about bunions, Frailty, thy name is Sceptre. So, he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And JJ and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom sticking in an old word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mole in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own. Rye mice, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4, our lost tribes? And our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world. And our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal, and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim, and our Limerick lace, our tanneries, and our white flint glass down there by Ballybor, and our Huguenot poplin that we have since, Jacquard de Lyon, and our woven silk, and our Foxford tweeds, and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross, nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now ground by the foe of mankind with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Giraldus Cambrensis, wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none, our far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearths? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon, they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption? As treeless as Portugal we'll be soon, says John Wise, or Helioland, with its one tree, if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castleton's. Save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare with the 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the far hills of Ire. Oh! Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenehan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Joyce de Nolin, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley, Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Love Birch, Mrs. Paul Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazel Eyes, Mrs. Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Cairnbrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vingading, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Miss Maud Montgomery, Miss Mira Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, the Misses Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Miss Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Liana Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood and Mrs. Norma Hollyoak of Oakholm Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the McConifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, moulded on an underslip of gloaming grey, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald, and finished with a triple flounce of darker-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honour, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade-green toques in the form of heron feathers of palatine coral. The Senor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability and, in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catskins of willow, ivy tod, hollyberries, mistletoe springs and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Newland will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. And our eyes are on Europe, says the citizen. We had our trade with Spain and the French and the Flemings before these mongrels were pupped. Spanish Ale and Galway, the wine bark on the wine dark waterway. And will again, says Joe. And with the help of the Holy Mother of God we will again, says the citizen, clapping his thigh. Our harbours that are empty will be full again. Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksword Bay, Ventry in the kingdom of Kerry, Killybegs, the third largest harbour in the wide world, with a fleet of masts, and the Galway Lynches, and the Cavan O'Reillys, and the O'Kennedys of Dublin, when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again, says he, when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with our own flag to the fore. None of your Henry Tudor's harps, no. The oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond. 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesius. And he took the last swig out of the pint. Moya. All wind and piss like a tan-yard cat. Cows in Connacht have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanagolden, where he daren't show his nose with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him, for grabbing the holding of an evicted tenant. Hear, hear to that, says John Wise. What we have? An imperial yeomanry, says Lenehan, to celebrate the occasion. Half one, Terry, says John Wise, and a hands up. Terry, are you asleep? Yes, sir, says Terry. Small whisky and bottle of Alsop, right, sir. Handing over the bloody paper with Alf looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a butting match. Trying to crack their bloody skulls, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast, burned in Omaha, Georgia. No, Omaha, GA. A lot of Deadwood dicks in slouch hats, and they're firing at a Sambo strung up in a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. Gob, they ought to drown in the sea and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. But what about the fighting navy, says Ned, that keeps our foes at bay? I'll tell you about it, says the citizen. Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment and about the crew of tars and officers and admirals drawn up in cocked hats and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment and a young lad brought out, howling for his ma, as they tie him down on the butt end of a gun. A romp and dozen, says the citizen. What was that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it, but the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech? And says John Wise, 'tis a custom move honoured in the breach than in the observance. Then he was telling us the master-at-arms comes along with a long cane and he draws out and he flogs the bloody backside of the poor lad till he yells may a murder. That's your glorious British Navy, says the citizen, that bosses the earth. The fellow that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth, and their land in the hands of a dozen game hogs and cotton ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about, of drudges and whipped serfs. On which the sun never rises, says Joe. And the tragedy of it, says the citizen, they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of holy boast, born of the fighting navy, suffered under rump and dozen, was scarified, flayed and curried, yelled like bloody hell. The third day he rose again from the bed, steered into haven, sitteth on his beam till further orders whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid. But, says Bloom, isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you, as true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp, he'd try to downface you that dying was living. We'll put force against force, says the citizen. We have our greater island beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and the sheilings by the road were laid down low by the battering ram, and the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his peace treaties, but the Sacnock tribe to starve the nation at home while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. Aye, they drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin shops. But those that came to the land of the free remember the land of bondage. And they will come again, and with a vengeance, no cravens, the sons of Granai, the champions of Kathleen and Houlihan. Perfectly true, says Bloom, but my point was, we are a long time waiting for that day, citizen, says Ned, since the poor old woman told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Calais. Aye, says John Wise, we fought for the royal Stuarts that reneged us against the Willamites that betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken treaty stone? We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese. Fontenoy, eh? And Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camus that was field marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it? The French, says the citizen. Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted fart to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Tepe's dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe. And they always were. Conspuez les Français, says Lenehan, nubbing his beer. And as for the Prussians and the Hanoverians, says Joe, haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead? Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in a royal palace every night of God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing upon him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo. Edward Gulfwettin. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and the bishops of Ireland, doing up his room in Maynooth, his satanic majesty's racing colours, and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says JJ, considerations of space influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen, says Joe. Yes, sir, says he, I will. You, says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I. May your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking with John Wyse, and he, quite excited with his Dunduckety mud-coloured mug on him and his old plume eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means, says John Wyse. Yes, says Bloom. What is it, says John Wyse. A nation, says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God then, says Ned, laughing. If that's so, I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had the laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I might ask, says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet, and, gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. the much treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish face cloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Ptolemach of MacDonald, authors of the Book of Ballymote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the four evangelists in turn, presenting to each of the four masters his evangelical symbol, a buglox sceptre, a North American puma, a far nobler creature of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a carrycalf and a golden eagle from Carantwell. The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and comlex and greenews and seats of learning and maledictive stories, are as wondrously beautiful, and the pigments as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave rein to their artistic fantasy long, long ago in the time of the Barmenacles. Glendalough, the lovely lakes of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoise, Clon Abbey, Glenanag and the 12 Pins, Island's Eye, the green hills of Tallaght, Cloakpatrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Sons and Company, Limited, Lough Banks, the Vale of Avoca, Isolde's Tower, the Mapus Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Irehoe, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathown Union Workhouse at Lowestown, Tullamore Jail, Castle Connell Rapids, Kilballymacshonhall, the Cross at Monasterboice, Jury's Hotel, St. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curly's Hole, the three birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave. All these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time. Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gorby near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he. Plundered, insulted, persecuted, taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wyse. Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gorby'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if only he had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. There's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, he says to John Wyse. Just round to a court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wyse, isn't that what we are told? Love your neighbour? That chap, says the citizen. Beggar my number is his motto. Love Moya, he's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. M.B. loves the fair gentleman. Lee Chan Han lovey up kissy cha poo chow. Jumbo the elephant loves Alice the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown mackintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, you're very good health and song. More power, citizen. Hurrah there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen. And he ups with his pint to wet his whistle. We know those canters, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text, God is love, pasted round the mouth of his canon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that? Says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Alaki of Albuquerque in gold stick in waiting, Lord Walkup of Walkup the Eggs, Walkup on Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facilities afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon, at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Praise God Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup and emphasised the cordial relations existing between Abiquiu and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible, the volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the white chief woman, the great squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The Alaki then drank a loving cup of fist-shot usbak to the toast black and white from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty Takatachak. Skull of his surnamed 40 Worts, after which he visited the chief factory of Cottonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing a charming old archibutic wardens, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks, amid hilarious applause from the girl Hans. Widow woman, says Ned. I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would. Same, only more so, says Linehan. And thereafter in that fruitful land the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Wise. No, says the citizen. It's not signed Shagatna. It's only initialed. P. And a very good initial too, says Joe. That's how it worked, said the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says J.J., if they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State, they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man, what's his name is? Casement, says the citizen, he's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says J.J., raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He has a few bob on throwaway and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that white-eyed Kaffir, says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lyons going to back that horse, only I put him off it and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like, he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it, a dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I. Show us the entrance out. There you are, says Terry. Goodbye, Ireland, I'm going to God. So I just went round the back of the yard to pump a ship and begob 100 shilling to 5 while I was letting off my throwaway 22. Letting off my load, gob, I said to myself, I knew he was uneasy in his 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off. In his mind to get off the mark to 100 shillings is 5 quid. And when they were in that dark horse, Pisser Burke was telling me card plenty and letting on the child was sick. God must have done about a gallon. Flabby ass of a wife speaking down the tube, she's better or she's... Ow! All the plans so that he could vamoose with the pool if he won. Oh, Jesus, full up I was. Trading without a licence. Ow! Ireland, my nation, says he... Hoik, fuck! Never be up to those bloody... That's the last of it, Jerusalem. Ah, cuckoos. So anyhow, when I got back, they were at it, ding-dong. John Wise saying it was Bloom gave the ideas for send fine to Griffiths to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering, packed juries and swindling the taxes of the government and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Gob, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Gives us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouseabout. Mr. Bloom with his argle-bargle and his old fellow before him perpetrating frauds. Old Methuselah Bloom, the robbing bagman, that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he's swamping the country with his baubles and his penny diamonds. Loans by post on easy terms. Any amount of money advanced on note of hand. Distance, no object. No security. Gob, he's like Lanty McHale's goat that'd go a piece on the road with everyone. Well, it's a fact, says John Wise, and there's the man now that'll tell you all about it. Martin Cunningham. Sure enough, the castle car drove up with Martin on it, and Jack Power with him, and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's, an Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration, and he drawing his pay or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry and alighted from their palfreys. "Oh, varlet!" he cried, who by his mien seemed the leader of the party. "Sussy knave! To us!" So saying, he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. "Give you good den, my masters," said he with an obsequious bow. "Bestir thyself, sirrah," cried he who had knocked. "Look to our steeds, and for ourselves give us of your best, for i'faith we need it." "Lack a day good, masters," said the host, "my poor house has but a bare larder." I know not what to offer your lordships. How now, fellow, cries the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance. So servest thou the king's messengers, Mr. Tapton? An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. Cry you mercy, gentlemen, he said humbly. And you be the king's messengers, God shield his majesty. You shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go a-fasting in my house, I warrant me. Then about, cried the traveller, who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. How ought to give us? Mine host bowed again as he made answer. What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pastry, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a metier tansy, and a flagon of old Rhenish? Gadzooks, cried the last speaker, that likes me well. Pistachios? Aha, cried he of the pleasant countenance. A poor house and a bare larder, quotha, 'tis a merry rogue. So, in comes Martin, asking where was Bloom. Where is he, says Lenehan, defrauding widows and orphans? Isn't that a fact, says John Wise, what I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Fein? That's so, said Martin, or so they allege. Who made those allegations, said Alf. I, says Joe, I'm the alligator. And after all, says John Wise, why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow? Why not, says J.J., when he's quite sure which country it is? Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he, says Ned, or who is he? No offence, Crofton. Who is Junius, says J.J. We don't want him, says Crofter the Orangeman of Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist? Says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin, only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says J.J., and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a total state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. On vente sa mère, says J.J. J.J. Do you call that a man, says the citizen. I wonder, did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect, says the children. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is, lying up in the hotel pisser, was telling me once a month with headache like a tutty with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then slopping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing, not as much as would blind your eye.
Charity to the neighbour, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. Wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. A virag from Hungary. Ahasuerus, I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin? Says Nate. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick, JJ and S. You, Jack. Crofton. 3 half ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballykinlar and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass, God bless all, here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, thurifers, boat-bearers, readers, ostiari, deacons and subdeacons, the blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spotello, Carthusians and Carmodolesi, Cistercians and Olefitians, Oratorians and Vallambrosians, and the friars of Augustine, Brigantines, Premonstratarians, Servi, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco. And therewith, from Carmel, mount the children of Elijah, prophet led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Celt and other, and friars brown and grey, sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordeliers, Minimimes and Observants, and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of St. Wulstan, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the reverend brother Edmund Ignatius Rice, and after came all saints and martyrs, virgins and confessors, Saint Cyr and Saint Isidore Arator and Saint James the Less and Saint Focus of Sinope and Saint Julian Hospitator and Saint Felix de Cantalis and Saint Simon Stilts and Saint Stephen Protomator and Saint John of God and Saint Ferrero and Saint Lugard and Saint Theodotus and Saint Vulman and Saint Richard and Saint Vincent of Paul and Saint Martin of Todi and Saint Martin of Tours and Saint Alfred and Saint Joseph and Saint Denis and Saint Cornelius and Saint Leopold and Saint Bernard and Saint Terence and Saint Edward and Saint Owen Caniculus and Saint Anonymous and Saint Eponymous and Saint Pseudonymous and Saint Homonymous and Saint Paronymus and Saint Synonymous and Saint Lawrence O'Toole and Saint James of Dingle and Compostela and Saint Columcille and Saint Columba and Saint Celestine and Saint Coleman and Saint Kevin and Saint Brendan and Saint Frigidian and Saint Senan and Saint Fagnan and Saint Columbanus and Saint Gall and Saint Percy and Saint Fitton and Saint Fiaker and Saint Nepomuk and Saint Thomas Aquinas and Saint Ives of Brittany and Saint Mission and Saint Herman Joseph and the 3 patrons of holy youth, Saint Aloysius Gonzaga and Saint Stanislaus Kostka and Saint John Berkmans and the Saints Gervasius, Servasius and Bonifacius and Saint Bride and Saint Kiernan and Saint Canis of Kilkenny and Saint Jarlath of Tulma and Saint Finbarn and Saint Papin of Ballymun and brother Aloysius Pacificus and brother Louis Bellicosus and the Saints Rose of Lima and of Viterbo and Saint Martha of Bethany and Saint Mary of Egypt and Saint Lucy and Saint Bridget and Saint Attracta and Saint Dimpna and Saint Eta and Saint Marian Calpensis and the Blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus and Saint Barbara and Saint Scholastica and Saint Ursula with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and gloriae bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies, ink horns, arrows, loaves, cruces, fetters, axes, trees, bridges, babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshots, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, soup ladles, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of Vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, staghorns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones, eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns, and as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Murray Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street, chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini, which beginneth a surge illuminare, and thereafter most sweetly the gradual omnes which saith de Saba veniet, did they divers wonders such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind, discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the scriptures, blessing and prophesying, and last beneath a canopy of cloth of gold came the Reverend Father O'Flynn, attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Company, Limited, 8, 9 and 10 Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises, the celebrant blessed the house, and censed the mullioned windows, and the groins, and the vaults, and the arrises, and the capitals, and the pediments, and the cornices, and the engrailed arches, and the spires, and the cupolas, and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water, and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering he blessed the viands, and the beverages, and the company of all the blessed, answered his prayers. Adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini, qui felit colium et tarum, Dominus vobiscum, et cum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon that he blessed, and gave thanks, and he prayed, and they all with him prayed. Deus, quius verbo sanctificantur omnia, benedictionem tuam effundi super creaturas istas, et praesta ut quisquis ex secundum legem et voluntatem, tuum cum gratiarum actione usus fuerit per invocationem sanctissimi nominis tui corporis santianum et anime tutelam ti auctore percipiat per Christum Dominium nostrum. And so say all of this, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson, and butter for fish. I was just looking around to see who the happy thought would strike, when be damned, but in he comes again, letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not. No, Martin says, we're ready. Courthouse, my eye, and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen. Beg your pardon, says he. Come on, boys, says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. Come along now. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, letting a bawl out of him. It's a secret. And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. Bye-bye all, says Martin. And he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton or whatever you call them, and in the middle of them letting on to be all at sea and up with them on the bloody jaunting car. Off with you, says Martin to the jarvey. The milk-white dolphin tossed his mane and, rising in the golden poop, the helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind and stood off forward with all sail set, the spinnaker to larboard. and many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and larboard, and, clinging to the sides of the noble bark, they linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright when he fashions about the heart of his wheel the equidistant rays whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feel of men, whereas they ride to a hosting or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters, and they laughed, sporting in a circle of their own foam, and the bark clave the waves. But, begob, I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with the dropsy, and he cursed the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book and candle in Irish, spitting and spatting out of him, and Joe and little laugh around him like a leprechaun trying to peacify him. Let me alone, says he. And begob, he got as far as the door, and they were holding him, and he bawls out of him, 3 cheers for Israel. Arrah, sit down on the parliamentary side of your arse, for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. God would turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would. And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to whist, and he on his high horse about the Jews, and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw with a loafer with a patch over his eye, start singing, If the Man in the Moon Was a Jew, 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 and a slut shouts out of her, Oh, mister, your flyer's open, mister. And says he, Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx, and Mercadante, and Spinoza, and the Saviour was a Jew, and his father was a Jew. You're good. He had no father, says Martin. That'll do now. Drive ahead. Who's God? Says the citizen. Well, his uncle was a Jew, says he. Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me. Gob, the citizen made a plunge back into the shop. By Jesus, he said, I'll brand that bloody Jewman for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here. Stop, stop, says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and Greater Dublin assembled in the thousands to bid farewell to Nagy Associus Urim Lipoti Virag, late of Mrs. Alexander Toms, printer to His Majesty, on the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Sags Harmonious Brutalius Jugulas, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great eclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community, and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket, tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacob Agus Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of Come Back to Our Inn, followed immediately by Rakowski's March. Barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastlines of the four seas on the summits of Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugarloaf, Brayhill, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galties, the Oaks and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks, the Nagels and the Bogras, the Connemara Hills, the Reeks of Kilguddy, Slieve Orty, Slieve Bernag and Slieve Bloom. Amid cheers that we rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills, the mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away, saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex who were present in large numbers while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges, the flags of the ballast office and the custom house were dipped in salute, as were also those of the electrical power station at the pigeon house and the Poolberg light. Vis Zodlatsara, Kedves Baraton, Vis Zodlatsara, gone but not forgotten. Gob, the devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow, and out with him, and little Alf hanging on to his elbow, and he shouting like a stuck pig, as good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre. Where is he till I murder him? And Ned and J.J. paralysed with the laughing. Bloody wars, says I, I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it, the Jarvey got the nag's head round the other way, and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begorby drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God, the sun was in his eyes, or he'd have left him for dead. Gorby never sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright, and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell, and all the populace shouting and laughing, and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks, all of the 5th grade of Mercalli's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our islands since the earthquake of 1534, the year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicentre appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inns Quay ward and the parish of Saint Michan, covering a surface of 41 acres, 2 roods and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residencies in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished, and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins beneath which it is feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses, it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear since ascertained to belong to the much-respected Clerk of the Crown and Peace, Mr. George Fortrell, and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, crest, coat of arms, and house number of the erudite and worshipful Chairman of Quarter Sessions, Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island, respectively the former on the 3rd basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Holesopen Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses deposed that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents, and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctis shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses, subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains, etc. had been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead and Son, 159 Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T. and C. Martin, 77, 78, 79 and 80 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry under the general supervision of H.R.H. Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K.G., K.P., K.T., P.C., K.C.B., M.P., J.P., M.B., D.S.O., S.O.D., M.F.H., M.R.I.A., B.L., Muse Duck, P.L.G., F.T.C.D., F.R.U.I., F.R.C.P.I. and F.R.C.S.I. You never saw the like of it in all your born puff. Gob, if he got that lottery ticket on the side of his pole, he'd remember the gold cup. He would so, but begod the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery, and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving, as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did, and he let a volley of others after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog, After him, Gary! After him, boy! And the last we saw, the bloody car rounding the corner, an old sheep's face on it, gesticulating, and the bloody mongrel after it, with its lugs back, for all he was bloody well worth to tear from limb to limb. 100 to 5. Jesus! He took the value out of it, I promise you. When, lo, there came about them all a great brightness, and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven. And they beheld him in the chariot, clothed upon the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible, that for all they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah, Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba, Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels, ascend to the glory of the brightness at an angle of 45 degrees over Donahoe's in Little Glen Street, like a shot off a shovel. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west, the sun was setting, and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Howth, guarding as ever the waters of the bay, on the weed-grown rocks along Sandymount shore, and, last but not least, on the quiet church whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man, Mary, star of the sea. The three girlfriends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene, and the air, which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favourite nook to have a cosy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine. Cissy Caffrey and Edie Boardman with the baby in the push-car, and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey, two little curly-headed boys dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name HMS Belial printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes, but for all that, darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big coloured ball, happy as the day was long. And Edie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the push-car, while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old, and, though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Cissy Caffrey bent over him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Cissy Caffrey said, "say out big, big, I want a drink of water." And baby prattled after her, "A jinka jinka jobbo." Cissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap, for she was awfully fond of children, so patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Cissy Caffrey that held his nose and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf of brown bread with golden syrup on it. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure baby was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora McFlimsy sort was Cissy Caffrey. A true-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme. And Edie Boardman laughed too at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jacky. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jacky had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jacky was self-willed too, and, true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girl-friends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively, "at once. And you, Jacky, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins, and in a sad plight he was after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Cissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness and shook her hand at Master Jacky the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. "Nasty bull, Jacky," she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly. "What's your name? Butter and cream?" "Tell us who is your sweetheart," spoke Edie Boardman. "Is Cissy your sweetheart?" "Now," tearful Tommy said. "Is Edie Boardman your sweetheart?" Cissy queried. "No," Tommy said. "I know," Edie Boardman said, none too amiably with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. "I know who is Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart." "No," Tommy said on the verge of tears. Cissy's quick mother-wit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Edie Boardman to take him there behind the push-car, where the gentleman couldn't see and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie MacDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was in very truth as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a MacDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron jelloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster, with tapering fingers, and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed, or take a milk footbath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Edie Boardman, a deliberate lie, when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had of course their little tiffs from time to time, like the rest of mortals, and she told her not let on whatever she did that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No, honour where honour is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie MacDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned, with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet, vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose, that would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose-bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent with rather sad downcast eyes. She was about to retort, but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out. Dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while, but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh, which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made squinty Edie say that because of him cooling in his attentions when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle, always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evening studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on, and he was going to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school like his brother W. E. Wiley, who was racing in the bicycle races in the Trinity College University. Little recked he perhaps for what she felt, that dull aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young, and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family, and of course Gertie knew who came first, and after him the Blessed Virgin, and then Saint Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome, with an exquisite nose, and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman, the shape of his head too at the back without his cap on, that she would know anywhere something off the common, and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars, and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes, and besides they were both of a size, and that was why Edie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever, because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gertie was dressed simply, but with the instinctive taste of a votary of dame fashion, for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue, self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the lady's pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division, and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favourite perfume, because the handkerchief spoiled the sit, and a navy three-quarter skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast trimmed with an underbrim of egg-blue chenille, and at the side a butterfly bow to tone. All Tuesday week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille, but at last she found what she wanted at Clary's summer sales. The very it, slightly shop-soiled, but you would never notice, 7 fingers, 2 and a penny. She did it up all by herself, and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lively reflection which the mirror gave back to her, and when she put it on the water-jug to keep the shape, she knew that that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Edie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite, but she never had a foot like Gertie MacDowell, a 5, and never would ash, oak, or elm, with patent toe-caps and just one smart buckle at her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt, and just the proper amount, and no more, of her shapely limbs encased in fine-spun hose, with high spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for undies, they were Gertie's chief care, and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gertie would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her. She had 4 dinky sets with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments and nighties extra, each set slotted with different coloured ribbons, rose-pink, pale blue, mauve, and pea-green, and she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash, and ironed them, and she had a brickbat to keep the iron on, because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope, her own colour, and the lucky colour too for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her, because the green she wore that day week brought grief because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition, and because she thought perhaps he might be out because when she was dressing that morning she nearly slipped up the old pear on her inside out, and that was for luck and lovers' meetings if you put those things on inside out so long as it wasn't of a Friday. And yet, that strained look on her face, a gnawing sorrow, is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes, and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber where, giving way to tears, she could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings. Though not too much, because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. You are lovely, Gertie, it said. The paly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie MacDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged, and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley, T.C.D., because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley, and in the fashionable intelligence Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox, was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stower's, he was still in short trousers, when they were alone and he stole an arm round her waist, She went white to the very lips. He called her little one in a strangely husky voice and snatched a half-kiss, the first, but it was only the end of her nose, and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point, and he who would woo and win Gerty MacDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked, and it was leap year too, and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet, but rather a manly man with a strong quiet face, who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand, take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep, passionate nature, and comfort her with a long, long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride, for riches, for poor, in sickness and health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Edie Boardman was with little Tommy behind the pushcar, she was just thinking, would the day ever come when she would call herself his little wife to be? Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha Supple too, and Edie, the Spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts too, for Gerty was womanly wise and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of hominess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue, and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess had won golden opinions from all, because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire, dredge in the fine self-raising flour, and always stir in the same direction, then cream the milk and sugar and whisk well the white of eggs, though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy, and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical like violets or roses, and they would have a beautifully appointed drawing-room with pictures and engravings and the photograph of Grandpa Giltrap's lovely dog, Gary Owen, that almost talked, it was so human, and chintz covers for the chairs, and that silver toast rack in Clary's summer jumble sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall with broad shoulders. She had always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed sweeping moustache, and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon, 3 wonderful weeks, and then, when they settled down in a nice snug and cosy little homely house, every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served, for their own 2 selves, and before he went out to business he would give his dear little wifey a good hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, Part 2, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. Edie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done, and he said yes. So then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball, and Edie told him no, that baby was playing with the ball, and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green, but Tommy said it was his ball, and he wanted his ball, and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him! Oh, he was a man already, was little Tommy Caffrey, since he was out of pennies. Edie told him no, no, and to be off now with him, and she told Cissy Caffrey not to give in to him. You're not my sister, naughty Tommy said. It's my ball. But Cissy Caffrey told baby Boardman to look up high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. Anything for a quiet life, laughed Cis. And she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget, and played Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, here's his gingerbread carriage, and here he walks in, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin. But Edie got as cross as 2 sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. I'd like to give him something, she said, so I would where I won't say. On the be-toady Tom, laughed Cissy merrily. Gerty MacDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Cissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud she'd be ashamed of her life to say, flashing a deep rosy red, and Edie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said, but not a pin cared Cis. Let him, she said with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. Give it to him too on the same place as quick as I'd look at him. Madcap Cis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you, would you have some more Chinese tea and jazzberry ram, and when she drew the jugs too and the men's faces on her nails with red ink make you split your sides, or when she wanted to go where you know, she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. That was just like Sissykums. Oh, and will you ever forget the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burned cork moustache and walked down Tritonville Road smoking a cigarette? There was none to come up to her for fun, but she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your two-faced things too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., rosary, sermon, and benediction of the most blessed sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see, in that simple fane beside the waves after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loretto, beseeching her to intercede for them, the old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears! Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink by taking the pledge or those powders the drink habit cured in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study without the lamp, because she hated two lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking, but that vile decoction which has ruined so many hearths and homes had cast its shadow over her childhood days. Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance, and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely, for if there was one thing of all things that Gerty knew, it was the man who lifts his hand to a woman, save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful, and Gerty, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions, or the twins at their boyish gambols, or the gentleman off Sandymount Green that Cissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself passing along the Strand, taking a short walk. You never saw him anyway screwed, but still, and for all that she would not like him for a father because he was too old. Or something, or on account of his face, it was a palpable case of Dr. Fell, or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it, and his sandy moustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father, with all his faults, she loved him still when he sang, Tell me, Mary, how to woo thee, or My love and cottage near Rochelle. And they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang The moon hath raised, with Mr. Dignam, that died suddenly, and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday, that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and Mrs. and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest, and her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days, and he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino, artistic standard designs, fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear, and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gertie, just like a second mother in the house, a ministering angel too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging splitting headaches, who was it rubbed on the menthol cone on her forehead but Gertie, though she didn't like her mother taking pinches of snuff, and that was the only single thing they ever had words about, taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gertie who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gertie who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorate of lime, Mr. Tooney, the grocer's Christmas almanac, the picture of halcyon days where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then, with a three-cornered hat, was offered a bunch of flowers to his lady-love with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colours were done something lovely. She was in a soft clinging white and a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft just like hers with the sleeves back, and thought about those times because she had found out in Walker's pronouncing dictionary that belonged to Grandpa Giltrap about the halcyon days what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion, till at last Master Jacky, who was really as bold as brass, there was no getting behind that, deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black, who was sitting there by himself, came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble Cissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her, please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice, and then threw it up the strand towards Cissy Caffrey, but it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gertie's skirt, near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamoured again for it, and Cissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it, so Gertie threw back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her, and she gave a kick, but she missed, and Edie and Cissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Edie Boardman said. Gertie smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim, and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went over ever so far, and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course it was, nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gertie MacDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then they had only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now under the brim of her new hat she ventured a look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin. Spiritual vessel, pray for us. Honourable vessel, pray for us. Vessel of singular devotion, pray for us. Mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that bright with hope, for the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great Saint Bernard said in his famous prayer of Mary, the most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again, right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Cissy played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. peep, she cried behind the hood of the push-car, and Edie asked where was Cissy gone, and then Cissy popped up her head and cried, "Ah!" And my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say Papa. Say Papa, baby. Say Pa, 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 Pa. And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months, everyone said, and big for his age and the picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. Hajja. Cissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib, and wanted him to sit up properly and say Pa, 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 but when she undid the strap, she cried out, Holy St. Denis, that he was passing wet, and to double the half blanket the other way under him. Of course his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities, and he let everyone know it. Ha ba 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 ba, and two great big lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with no, baby, no, and telling him about the GG and where was the puff, but Cis, always ready-witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle, and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gertie wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves no hour to be out and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with all the coloured chalks, and such a pity, too, leaving them there to be all blotted out, the evening and the clouds coming out. And the Bailey light on Howth, and to hear the music like that, and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church, like a kind of waft. And while she gazed, her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive, but could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the moustache, which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play, but she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. He was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball, and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that thoughtfully with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings, thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered, and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dream husband, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist, she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heart-balm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls, unfeminine, he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got, and she just yearned to know all, to forgive all, if she could make him fall in love with her, make him forget the memory of the past. Then mayhap he would embrace her gently like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his ownest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners, comfortress of the afflicted, ora pro nobis. Well, has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away, and fitly is she too a haven of refuge for the afflicted because of the seven dolors which transpierced her own heart. Gertie could picture the whole scene in the church, the stained-glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers, and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon Ohanlon at the altar, carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax, and if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit, perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of St. Dominic. He told her that time when she told him about that, in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair, for fear he could see, not to be troubled, because that was only the voice of nature, and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said, in this life, and that was no sin, because that came from the nature of woman, instituted by God, he said, and that our Blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought, could she work a ruched tea cosy with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock, but they had a clock, she noticed, on the mantelpiece, white and gold, with a canary bird that came out of a little house to tell the time the day she went there about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration, because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give, or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or some place. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again, and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea, and they both ran after it, little monkeys common as ditchwater. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them, and Cissy and Edie shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. "Jackie! Tommy!" Not they. What a great notion they had. So Cissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them, and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her, which had a good enough colour if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamary she was always rubbing into it, she couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural, so she could just go and throw her hat at it. She ran with long gandry strides. It was a wonder she didn't rip up her skirt at the side that was too tight on her, because there was a lot of the tomboy about Cissy Caffrey, and she was a forward piece whenever she thought she had a good opportunity to show off, and just because she was a good runner she ran like that so that he could see all the end of her petticoat running and her skinny shanks up as far as possible. It would have served her just right if she had tripped up over something accidentally on purpose with her high crooked French heels on her to make her look tall, and got a fine tumble. Tableau! That would have been a very charming expose for a gentleman like that to witness. Queen of angels, queen of patriarchs, queen of prophets, of all saints, they prayed, queen of the most holy rosary, and then Father Conroy handed the thurible to Canon Hanlon, and he put in the incense, and since the Blessed Sacrament and Cissy Caffrey caught the two twins, and she was itching to give them a ringing good clip on the ear, but she didn't because she thought he might be watching, but she never made a bigger mistake in all her life, because Gertie could see without looking that he never took his eyes off of her, and then Canon O'Hanlon handed the thurible back to Father Conroy, and knelt down looking up at the Blessed Sacrament, and the choir began to sing Tantum Ergo, and she just swung her foot in and out in time as the music rose and fell to the Tantumere Sacramentum. 3.11 she paid for those stockings in Sparrows of George's Street on the Tuesday, no, the Monday before Easter, and there wasn't a brack on them, and that was what he was looking at, transparent, and not at her insignificant ones that had neither shape nor form. The cheek of her! Because he had eyes in his head to see the difference for himself. Cissy came up along the strand with the two twins and their ball, with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run, and she did look a streel tugging the two kids along with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before, like a rag on her back, and bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, daintier head of nut-brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders, a radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could also see the swift answering flush of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely colour of her face became a glorious rose. Edie Boardman was noticing it too, because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling with her specs, like an old maid pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was, and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her, poking her nose into what was no concern of hers, and she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts." "What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their baby home to the mischief out of that, so that was why she just gave a gentle hint about its being late. And when Cissy came up, Edie asked her the time, and Miss Cissy, as glib as you like, said it was half past kissing time, time to kiss again, but Edie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Cissy. "I'll ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous and beginning to play with his watch-chain, looking at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Cissy said to excuse her would he mind telling her what was the right time, and Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it and looking up and clearing his throat, and he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accents there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellowed tones. Cissy said thanks and came back with her tongue out and said uncle said his waterworks were out of order. Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon Ohanlon got up again and cinced the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch or whatever he was doing to it, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that thing must be coming on, because the last time too was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there, plain to be seen on that man's face. It is for you, Gertrude MacDowell, and you know it. Edie began to get ready to go, and it was high time for her, and Gertie noticed that that little hint she gave had the desired effect, because it was a long way along the Strand to where there was the place to push up the push-car, and Cissy took off the twins' caps and tidied their hair, to make herself attractive of course, and Canon Ohanlon stood up, with his cope poking up his neck, and Father Conroy handed him the card to read off, and he read out Panem de Cielo Praestiati Eis, and Edie and Cissy were talking about the time all the time, and asking her, but Gertie could pay them back in their own coin, and she just answered with scathing politeness when Edie asked her was she heartbroken about her best boy throwing her over. Gertie winced sharply. A brief cold blaze shone from her eyes that spoke volumes of scorn immeasurable. It hurt. Oh yes, it cut deep because Edie had her own quiet way of saying things like that she knew would wound, like the confounded little cat she was. Gertie's lips parted swiftly to frame the word, but she fought back the sob that rose to her throat, so slim, so flawless, so beautifully moulded, it seemed one an artist might have dreamed of. She had loved him, better than he knew, light-hearted deceiver and fickle like all his sex. He would never understand what he had meant to her, and for an instant there was in the blue eyes a quick stinging of tears. Their eyes were probing her mercilessly, but with a brave effort she sparkled back in sympathy as she glanced at her new conquest for them to see. "Oh," responded Gertie, quick as lightning, laughing, and the proud head flashed up, "I can throw my cap at who I like because it's leap year." Her words rang out crystal clear, more musical than the cooing of the ringdove, but they cut the silence icily. There was that in her young voice that told that she was not a one to be lightly trifled with. As for Mr. Reggie, with his swank and his bit of money, she could just chuck him aside as if he was so much filth, and never again would she cast as much as a second thought on him, and tear his silly postcard into a dozen pieces. And if ever after he dared to presume, she could give him one look of measured scorn that would make him shrivel up on the spot. Miss puny little Edie's countenance fell to no slight extent, and Gertie could see by her looking as black as thunder that she was simply in a towering rage, though she hid it, the little kenat, because that shaft had struck home for her petty jealousy, and they both knew that she was something aloof, apart in another sphere, that she was not of them, and there was somebody else too that knew it and saw it, so they could put that in their pipe and smoke it. Edie straightened up baby Boardman to get ready to go, and Cissy tucked in the ball and the spades and buckets, and it was high time too, because the Sandman was on his way for Master Boardman, Junior, and Cissy told him too that Billy Winks was coming, and that baby was to go dee-daw, and baby looked just too ducky, laughing up out of his gleeful eyes, and Cissy poked him like that out of fun in his wee fat tummy, and baby, without as much as by your leave, sent up his compliments on his brand-new dribbling bib. "Oh my puddeny pie," protested Cis. "He has his bib destroyed." The slight contretemps claimed her attention, but in 2 twos she set that little matter to rights. Gertie stifled a smothered exclamation and gave a nervous cough, and Edie asked what, and she was just going to tell her to catch it while it was flying, but she was ever ladylike in her deportment, so she simply passed it off with consummate tact by saying that that was the benediction, because just then the bell rang out from the steeple over the quiet seashore, because Canon Ohanlon was up on the altar with the veil that Father Conroy put round his shoulders, giving the benediction with the Blessed Sacrament in his hands. How moving the scene there in the gathering twilight, the last glimpse of Erin, the touching chime of those evening bells, and at the same time a bat flew forth from the ivied belfry through the dusk, hither, thither, with a tiny lost cry, and she could see far away the lights of the lighthouses, so picturesque. She would have loved to do with a box of paints, because it was easier than to make a man, and soon the lamplighter would be going his rounds past the Presbyterian church grounds and along by shady Trittonville Avenue where the couples walked, and lighting the lamp near her window was Reggie Wiley, used to turn his free wheel like she read in that book The Lamplighter by Miss Cummins, author of Mabel Vaughan and other tales. For Gertie had her dreams that no one knew of. She loved to read poetry, and when she got a keepsake from Bertha Supple of that lovely confession album with the coral pink cover to write her thoughts in, she laid it in the drawer of her toilet table, which, though it did not err on the side of luxury, was scrupulously neat and clean. It was there she kept her girlish treasures trove, the tortoiseshell combs, her Child of Mary badge, the white rose scent, the eyebrow line, her alabaster pouncet box, and the ribbons to change when her things came home from the wash, and there were some beautiful thoughts written in it in violet ink, that she bought in Healy's of Dame Street, for she felt that she too could write poetry if she could only express herself like that poem that appealed to her so deeply that she had copied out of the newspaper she found one evening round the potherbs. Art thou real, my ideal? It was called, by Lewis J. Walsh, Magerfelt, and after there was something about twilight, wilt thou ever? And ofttimes the beauty of poetry, so sad in its transient loveliness, had misted her eyes with silent tears that the ears were slipping by for her one by one, and but for that one shortcoming she knew she need fear no competition, and that was an accident coming down Dalkey Hill, and she always tried to conceal it. But it must end, she felt. If she saw that magic lure in his eyes, there would be no holding back for her. Love laughs at locksmiths. She would make the great sacrifice. Her every effort would be to share his thoughts. Dearer than the whole world would she be to him and gild his days with happiness. There was the all-important question, and she was dying to know, was he a married man or a widower who had lost his wife, or some tragedy like the nobleman with the foreign name from the land of song had to have her put into a madhouse, cruel only to be kind. But even if, what then? Would it make a very great difference? From everything in the least indelicate her fine-bred nature instinctively recoiled. She loathed that sort of person, the fallen woman off the accommodation walk beside the daughter that went with the soldiers and coarse men, with no respect for girls' honour, degrading the sex and being taken up to the police station. No, not that. That would be just good friends like a big brother and sister without all that other in spite of the conventions of society with a big S. Perhaps it was an old flame he was in mourning for from the days beyond recall. She thought she understood. She would try to understand him because men were so different. The old love was waiting with little white hands stretched out, with blue appealing eyes. Heart of mine, she would follow her dream of love, the dictates of her heart that told her he was her all in all, the only man in all the world for her, for love was the master guide. Nothing else mattered. Come what might, she would be wild, untrammelled, free. And that's the end of Chapter 13, Part 2 of James Joyce's Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, Part 3, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum omnes gentes, and then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Cross-Cat Edie asked wasn't she coming, but Jackie Caffrey called out, "Oh, look, Sissy!" And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too, over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. "It's fireworks," Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see over the houses and the church, helter-skelter, Edie with the push-car with baby boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. "Come on, Gertie," Sissy called. "It's the bazaar fireworks." But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like rosies, she could sit so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and elate broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death. Steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honour to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hand so as not to fall back looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her, when she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supplies soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never, about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested district's board, that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed, but this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his, and the first quick hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married, and there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out, and Cissy Caffrey too sometimes had that dreamy kind of dreamy look in her eyes, so that she too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham so mad about actors' photographs, and besides it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did. And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another, and she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent, and they all saw it and shouted to look. Look, there it was, and she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying about through the air, a soft thing to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, and in the tense hush they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine and entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other pettywidth, the green 4 and 11, on account of being white, and she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back. He had a full view high up above her knee, no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed. And he wasn't either to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen looking, and she kept on looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang, and bang shot blind, and oh! Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of oh! And every one cried oh! Oh! in raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain, gold hair threads, and they shed, and ah! They were all greeny dewy stars falling with golden, oh so lively, oh so soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air. All was silent. Ah! She glanced at him as she bent forward, quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he coloured like a girl. He was leaning back against a rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again! A fair unsullied soul had called to him, and wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been, he of all men, but there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes, for him too, a word of pardon, even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight, and there was none to know or tell save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Cissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried, "Gerty! Gerty!" We're going. Come on. We can see from farther up. Gertie had an idea, one of Love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course without letting him, and then slipped it back. Wonder if he's too far too. She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yester-eve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Cissy, to Edie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, the little baby boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care, and very slowly, because Gertie MacDowell was... Tight boots? No, she's lame. Oh. Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. Wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings, licking pennies, girl in Tranquilla convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister, how many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she, something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose, or all start scratch, then get out of step. Something's Molly and Milly together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damn glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly I will punish you letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopped me to say nothing, and his wife engagement in the country valise. Voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies. Cheap, too. Yours for the asking, because they want it themselves. Their natural craving. Shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive. Oh, pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes. Mutoscope pictures in Capel Street. For men only. Peeping Tom. Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabillé. Excites them also when there. I'm all clean, come and dirty me. And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Milly delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first. Put them all on to take them all off. Molly. Why, I bought her the violet garters. Us too. The tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what? Of jet. Say a woman loses a dream with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost a pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec probably. They believe in chance because like themselves and the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms around each other's necks and with 10 fingers locked. kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coif and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write me. And I'll write to you. Now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Wright comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss and delighted to kiss to see you, picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah. Devils they are when that's coming on them. Dark devilish appearance. Molly often told me things a ton weight. Molly often told me feel things a ton weight. Scratch the sole of my foot. Oh, that way. Oh, that's exquisite. Feel it myself too. Good to rest once in a while. Wonder if it's bad to go with him then. Safe in one way. Turns milk. Makes fiddle strings snap. Something about withering plants I read in a garden. Besides they say if the flower withers she wears. She's a flirt. All are. Dare say she felt I. When you feel like that you often meet what you feel. Liked me or what? Dress they look at. Always know a fellow courting collars and comes. Well, cocks and lions do the same and stags. Same time might prefer a tie undone or something. Trousers? Suppose I when I was? No. Gently does it. Dislike rough and tumble. Kiss in the dark and never tell. Saw something in me. Wonder what? Sooner have me as I am than some poet chap with bear's grease, plastery hair lovelock over his dexter optic. To a gentleman in literary. Ought to attend to my appearance, my age. Didn't let her see me in profile. Still, you never know. Pretty girls and ugly men marrying. Beauty and the Beast. Besides, I can't be so if Molly took off her hat to show her hair. Wide brim bought to hide her face. Meeting someone might know her. Bend down or carry a bunch of flowers to smell. Hair strong in rut. 10 bob I got for Molly's combings when we were on the rocks in Hollis Street. Why not? Suppose he gave her money. Why not? All a prejudice. She's worth 10, 15, more a pound. All that for nothing. Bold hand. Mrs. Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter like the postcard I sent to Flynn? And the day I went to Drimmy's without a necktie. Wrangle with Molly it was put me off. No, I remember. Richie Golding. He's another. Weighs on his mind. Funny my watch stopped at 4:30. Dust. Shark liver oil they use to clean. Could do it myself. Save. Was that just when she? Oh, he did. Into her. She did. Done. Ah. Mr. Bloom, with careful hand, recomposed his wet shirt. O Lord, that little limping devil begins to feel cold and clammy. After effect not pleasant. Still you have to get rid of it some way. They don't care. Complimented perhaps. Go home to nicey bread and milky and say nighty prayers with the kiddies. Well, aren't they? See her as she is, spoil all. Must have the stage setting, the rouge, costume, position, music. The name too. Amour of actresses. Nell Gwynn, Mrs. Bracegirdle, Maud Branscombe. Curtain up. Moonlight silver effulgence. Maiden discover with pensive bosom. Little sweetheart come and kiss me. Still I feel the strength it gives a man. That's the secret of it. Good job I let off there behind coming out of Dignam's. Cider that was. Otherwise I couldn't have. Makes you want to sing after. Lacquey tartara. Suppose I spoke to her. What about? Bad plan, however, if you don't know how to end the conversation. Ask them a question, they ask you another. Good idea if you're in a cart. Wonderful, of course, if you say, good evening, and you see she's on for it. Good evening. Oh, but the dark evening in the Appian way I nearly spoke to Mrs. Clinch, oh, thinking she was. Phew! Girl in Meath Street that night. All the dirty things I made her say, all wrong, of course. My arks, she called it. It's so hard to find one who Oh, if you don't answer when they solicit, must be horrible for them till they harden. And kissed my hand when I gave her the extra 2 shillings. Parrots. Press the button and the bird will squeak. Wished she hadn't called me sir. Oh, her mouth in the dark. And you a married man with a single girl. That's what they enjoy, taking a man from another woman. Or even hear of it. Different with me. Glad to get away from other chap's wife. Eating off his cold plate. Chap in the Burton today, spitting back gum-chewed gristle. French letter still in my pocketbook. Cause of half the trouble. But might happen sometime, I don't think. Come in. All is prepared. I dreamt. What? Worst is beginning. How they change the venue when it's not what they like. Ask you to do like mushrooms because she once knew a gentleman who... Or ask you what someone was going to say when he changed his mind and stopped. Yet if I went the whole hog, say, I want to, something like that, because I did, she too, offend her, then make it up, pretend to want something awfully, then cry off for her sake, flatters them. She must have been thinking of someone else all the time. What harm? Must since she came to the use of reason, he, and he. First kiss does the trick. The propitious moment. Something inside them goes pop, mushy-like. Tell by their eye, on the sly. First thoughts are best. Remember that till their dying day. Molly, Lieutenant Mulvey, that kissed her under the Moorish wall beside the gardens. 15 she told me, but her breasts were developed. Fell asleep then. After Jincree dinner, that was when we drove home, the Featherbed Mountain, gnashing her teeth in sleep. Lord Mayor had his eye on her too. Val Dillon, apoplectic. There she is with him down there for the fireworks. My fireworks, up like a rocket, down like a stick. And the children, twins they must be, waiting for something to happen, want to be grown-ups, dressing in mother's clothes. Time enough, understand all the ways of the world. And the dark one with the mop head and the nigger mouth. I knew she could whistle. Mouth made for that. Like Molly. Why, that high-class whore in Jammet's wore her veil only to her nose. Would you mind, please, telling me the right time? I'll tell you the right time up a dark lane. Say prunes and prisms 40 times every morning. Cure for fat lips. Caressing the little boy too. Onlookers see most of the game. Of course they understand birds, animals, babies. In their line. Didn't look back when she was going down the Strand. Wouldn't give that satisfaction. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Fine eyes she had, clear. It's the white of the eye brings that out, not so much the pupil. Did she know what I... Course. Like a cat sitting beyond a dog's jump. Women never meet one like that Wilkins in the high school drawing a picture of Venus with all his belongings on show. Call that innocence? Poor idiot. His wife has her work cut out for her. Never see them sit on a bench marked wet paint. Eyes all over them. Look under the bed for what's not there. Longing to get the fright of their lives. Sharp as needles they are. When I said to Molly the man at the corner of Cuff Street was good-looking, thought she might like, twigged at once he had a false arm. Had to. Where do they get that? Typist going up Roger Green's stairs 2 at a time to show her understandings. Handed down from father to mother to daughter, I mean. Bred in the bone. Milly, for example, drawing her handkerchief on the mirror to save the ironing. Best place for an ad to catch a woman's eye on a mirror. And when I sent her for Molly's Paisley shawl to Prescott's, by the way, that ad I must, carrying home the change in her stocking. Clever little minx. I never told her. Neat way she carried parcels, too. Attract men, small thing like that. Holding up her hand, shaking it, to let the blood flow back when it was red. Who did you learn that from? Nobody. Something the nurse taught me. Oh, don't they know? 3 years old she was in front of Molly's dressing table just before we left Lombard Street West. Me have a nice face, Mulligan. Who knows? Ways of the world. Young student. Straight on her pins anyway, not like the other. Still she was game. Lord, I am wet. Devil you are, swell of her calf. Transparent stockings stretched to breaking point, not like that front today. A.E. Rumpled stockings, or the one in Grafton Street. White. Wow. Beef to the heel. A monkey puzzle rocket burst, spluttering and darting crackles. Zrads and zrads, zrads, zrads. And Sissy and Tommy ran out to see, and Edie after with the pushcar, and then Gertie beyond the curve of the rocks. Will she? Watch, watch. See? Looked round. She smelt an onion. Darling, I saw all. Lord. Did me good all the same. Off colour after Kiernan's, Dignam's. For this relief much thanks. In Hamlet, that is. Lord. It was all things combined. Excitement. When she leaned back felt an ache at the butt of my tongue. Your head it simply swirls. He's right. Might have made a worse fool of myself, however. Instead of talking about nothing, then I will tell you all. Still, it was a kind of language between us. It couldn't be? No, Gertie they called her. Might be false name, however, like my and the address Dolphin's Barn a Blind. Her maiden name was Jemima Brown, and she lived with her mother in Irish Town. Place made me think of that, I suppose, all tarred with the same brush, wiping pins in their stockings, but the ball rolled down to her as if it understood. Every bullet has its billet. Of course I never could throw anything straight at school, crooked as a ram's horn. Sad, however, because it lasts only a few years till they settle down to pot-walloping, and Papa's pants will soon fit Willie, and Fuller's earth for the baby when they hold him out to do No soft job, saves them, keeps them out of harm's way. Nature. Washing child, washing corpse, Dignam. Children's hands always round them. Coconut skulls, monkeys, not even closed at first, sour milk in their swaddles and tainted curds. Oughtn't to have given that child an empty teat to suck. Fill it up with wind. Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy. Must call to the hospital. Wonder is Nurse Callum there still? She used to look over some nights when Molly was in the Coffee Palace. That young Dr. O'Hare, I noticed her brushing his coat. And Mrs. Breen and Mrs. Dignam once like that too, marriageable. Worst of all at night, Mrs. Dugan told me in the City Arms. Husband rolling and drunk, stink of pub off him like a polecat. Have that in your nose in the dark, whiff of stale booze. Then ask in the morning, was I drunk last night? Bad policy, however, to fault the husband. Chickens come home to roost. They stick by one another like glue. Maybe the women's fault also. That's where Molly can knock spots off them. It is the blood of the South. Moorish. Also the form, the figure. Hands felt for the opulent. Just compare, for instance, those others. Wife locked up at home. Skeleton in the cupboard. Allow me to introduce my... Then they trot you out some kind of a nondescript, wouldn't know what to call her. Always see a fellow's weak point in his wife. Still there's destiny in it, falling in love. Have their own secrets between them. Chaps that would go to the dogs if some woman didn't take them in hand. Then little cheats of girls, height of a shilling in coppers with little hubbies. As God made them he matched them. Sometimes children turn out well enough. Twice not makes one. Or old rich chap of 70 and blushing bride. Marry in May and repent in December. This wet is very unpleasant. Stuck. Well, the foreskin is not back. Better detach. Ow! Other hand a 6-footer with a wifey up to his watch pocket. Long and the short of it. Big he and little she. Very strange about my watch. Wristwatches are always going wrong. Wonder is there any magnetic influence between the person, because that was about the time he... Yes, I suppose at once. Cat's away the mice will play. I remember looking in Pill Lane. Also that now is magnetism. Back of everything magnetism. Earth, for instance, pulling this and being pulled. That causes movement. And time? Well, that's the time the movement takes. Then if one thing stopped, the whole Gestapo would stop bit by bit, because it's arranged. Magnetic needle tells you what's going on in the sun, the stars, little piece of steel iron. When you hold out the fork, come, tip, woman and man that is, fork and steel, Molly, he. Dress up and look and suggest and let you see and see more and defy you if you're a man to see that and like a sneeze coming. Legs, look, look, and if you have any guts in you, tip, have to let fly. And that's the end of chapter 13, part 3.